Now opening the February 12th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. Are there any public comment cards on closed session agenda items?
There are no public comment cards.
Right, then the board will recess to closed session. For the closed session item, okay. It was confusing. All right, so our closed session agenda includes public employee discipline and dismissal and release, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, student expulsion cases, and public employee performance evaluation. Now we will recess to closed session. (2025) meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for our territorial land acknowledgement. And for our land acknowledgement, we have a student, Adrian Helene Lemas.
I'm a student of Montgomery High School. My name is Adrian. I'm here to represent the land acknowledgement. I acknowledge that Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and people who have stewarded it throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land that we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty, and we will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous peoples.
All right, moving on to report of actions taken in closed session. I have a few things to report out. So first, the board voted to approve dismissal of certificated employee number 313, and we conferred with legal counsel. And then the board also voted unanimously to approve 6 resolutions. Let me find the numbers. Oops. All right, so we approved resolution number 2024-25-40 for the release and possible reassignment of a certificated administrator. Case number 2024-25-41 for the release and possible reassignment of a certificated administrator. Case number 2024-25-42 for the release and possible reassignment of a certificated administrator. Case number 2024-25-43 for the possible reassignment of certificated administrator. Case 24-25-45 for the release of classified management, and case 2024-25-46 for the release of classified management. That's all for. All right, that is everything for reports of action taken in closed session. Items considered in closed session for action in an open session, there were none. Statements of abstention. Do we have any? Adjustments to the agenda. We are pulling F6 and F7 for a future meeting. Any other adjustments? Any pulling of consent items? No. All right, then we'll move on to our reports. First, we have our CSEA report. Is President Mary Lehman here?
Good evening. Good evening, President McNally, Governing Board, Superintendent Dr. Morales, Student Board Member, Cabinet members, and everyone listening tonight. First, I want to acknowledge the people who make this district strong, the teachers, the students, the parents, and the community members who showed up tonight. Your presence sends a message that we care. I represent some 670 classified employees, the backbone of the district. CSEA's mission is to improve the lives of our members, our students, and our communities. We encourage the board to approve the item CSEA has in front of you. Approval of Chapter F1, Chapter 75, 2425 MOUs, and F2, approval of a tentative agreement for our successor contract 2024 through 2027. Finally, yes. We look forward to ratification by the membership. We are the custodians who keep the schools clean and safe. We are the secretaries and registrars who keep everything running at all the school sites. We are the instructional assistants, food service workers, noon duty supervisors, library techs, and maintenance crews who support every student every day. The district cannot function without us. We know the board faces difficult decisions with an unprecedented millions of dollars of deficit, leading to school closures and/or consolidations. We know the rifts, reductions in force are coming. The months ahead will be painful for all of us. But let's be clear. We cannot afford to be back here again next year. We do not want a state takeover. We do not want another year of uncertainty and financial mismanagement. We want a future. Your decisions in the coming months will shape the future of this district for years to come. Choose wisely, start now, do what's right. Let's work together with courage, with resilience, and with a shared vision for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lehman. Next, we have the Santa Rosa Teachers Association report. President Catherine Howell.
Good evening, President. There you are, President McNally, sorry. Superintendent Morales, members of the board, members of the community. My name is Catherine Howell, and I am the president of the Santa Rosa Teachers Association. I currently represent about 900 members. I want to first say thank you for the larger venue. There might not be a seat for everybody, but nobody's outside standing in the cold and soon to be rain. So that is appreciated. We're here tonight. The school closures are not on the agenda, but we are surrounded by that thought and that feeling, and all of these people are here because the pressure is mounting and the uncertainty is growing. When I said that I currently represent 900 members, We have absolutely no idea how many that number will be next year. No idea. The agenda items tonight are about layoffs, reduction in force, cuts to teaching, cuts to classified staff, cuts to our administration, and we don't know what that's going to look like. Part of the reason we don't know what that's going to look like is because every time this board comes up with a new innovative or startling or confusing configuration of elementary schools that are on middle school campuses, 712 schools on high schools that can't accommodate them. Every time the board brings these things up, we lose more families. You need to do your job. You need to mitigate the damage that has already been done and will continue to be done to this community. Make choices that keep students in our district. Realize that putting 4 elementary schools together puts these kids on a campus that won't accommodate them, has no services for our youngest students. They don't have bathroom facilities. They don't have what they need. The same is true for 712 schools. Middle school students won't have the services and the facilities that they need on a high school campus. These ideas will be very nearly impossible to implement. And quite frankly, and with due respect, we're not convinced that it's going to get able, you can pull it off before August, just to be blunt about it. It's not going to be easy, and these new ideas are not going to work right away, and we're going to lose families, and our community will be broken more than it already has been. And we will be right back here next year with budget deficit issues. So please save the community, save these families from having to make hard choices and leaving our district. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. Next is the superintendent's report. Dr. Morales, do you have anything?
So yes, so normally, as this is the meeting of the board, well, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. Normally, I give a quick report of what has happened in between meetings from the last board meeting to this board meeting. But today I requested from President McNally to allow me to share a little bit of a longer report with important information as we move forward. And I'm kind of read so I don't miss any of the points I wanted to share. So I haven't had the opportunity to meet all of you in person, but for those of you that haven't heard my story, I am a proud Puerto Rican. I very much have the immigrant experience, having come to California at the age of 8, not knowing any English, as Spanish is my first language. I know what it's like to be unseen and unheard in a classroom because I didn't know the language. But I also know the joy of having a great teacher that made education engaging and made it a family experience. They knew my mom, my siblings. They really welcomed the entire family, and that's something that has stayed with me. And it's one of the things I want to do for our families as well. I also know the privilege of having been born a US citizen, particularly having been born on a US Air Force base, as my father served in the military. My mom was also a teacher for about 52 years and retired at the age of 72. So I come from a family with a heart of service. I have 2 grown kids. My oldest will be 32 in May. My youngest just turned 30 about 2 weeks ago. And as students, they taught me, well, as students, they couldn't be more different, but they also taught me about the importance of differentiated instruction and really supporting our teachers in that area. In terms of our family and community engagement here, I've learned that as a district, we haven't done a great job in providing community engagement, for the community to provide input, for the community to have conversations with us. for the community to feel part of the process. And for that, I apologize. Board meetings don't have the structure to have conversations. And that is really not the purpose. And I understand that that's the only structure you've had, and we want to do better. The board, I am committed, I think the board is too, committed to providing more town halls and dialogue spaces that we can have as we move the district forward. I am planning for us to apply for the California Community Engagement Initiative that will provide us funds to really go deep into this work around community engagement. I want us to build a community of learners. I am committed to this district from day one. I've moved here. I'm working to get more and more involved. I visited all 24 sites within the first 5 days. I visited almost all classrooms in the first semester, meeting with different community members. I've met with over a dozen families personally. I've joined the first 5 commission to really have an articulation of from cradle to career. And I've applied and hope to be accepted to the Chiefs Community Advisory Team to really learn about the legacy of this beautiful city. This year, we started the Superintendent Student Council. We have 5 student leaders from each of the comprehensive high schools that we meet at least on a monthly basis to be able to talk about a myriad of questions that they might have, but also to really customize our experiences for what they want to receive. And for the first time ever, students from the council presented January 31st at our all-staff PD, where the students actually created the questions that they themselves answered, and the students loved it. Teachers got to hear from students, and we want to keep that going. We want to make sure that student voice is front and center in what we do. I also know, and I am aware, that we have been lacking a strategic plan with clear goals and objectives that could guide our work for the several next years to come. I also knew that we would be where we are now in terms of right-sizing the district and closing schools. And it's very hard to do both in the same year. So I look forward to us coming together and also building a strategic plan that has the voices of the community. So I have the expertise to do all of the strategic plan. I have all this knowledge, but that doesn't change anything. It takes us coming together, a community willing and able to think differently and using different lenses as how we view our students in order to change their experience. We can't continue to say this worked for 20 years and we're going to continue doing it the same way. Remember, we are preparing students for jobs that will look very different when they're in the workforce. And we're actually, training them for jobs that don't yet exist. I was listening to the radio. AI positions are everywhere. And I'm like, have we prepared our students for all the AI positions that are out there now? So we have to be willing to take risks and do things differently. We need a mindset that shifts to creating a different future and possibility for our students. So I've been asked many times now, what's your vision? And I've kind of been quiet because I also know with my position, when I speak, people say, oh, that's what we're doing because that's her idea. And it isn't. We really want to hear from the community. So we want to come together and create a community-created strategic plan with goals, objectives, and matrix that align to a district profile of a graduate. And that will be our North Star guiding our directions into the future. We want schools with specialized programs where students have a clear path to college and or career, giving students options and giving them access. We need to do a better job about serving our English language learners and our newcomer students. As I mentioned in a previous meeting, our resources are spread too thin in order to serve them well. For the size of our district, we really do need an enrollment center. I've had many conversations with families around and received emails. Why is my experience of enrolling one student at this school so different than enrolling a student at another school? So how do we become more efficient and effective and do things differently to serve our families and our community better? And listening to the SRT team and also seeing it for myself, we do need a 7-12 alternative program for those students that a comprehensive high school isn't helping them well. And we also need an instructional framework, aligned to the graduate profile that really allows us to see what each student at each grade level will be able to do and how they're going to graduate and what they're going to graduate with. But on the topic of academic achievement, I just wanted you to know some highlights. I know everything has been around school closures, but we got to remember that we're an educational institution. And here's some of the highlights that you might not be aware of. This year on the dashboard, we had the highest A through G completion rate. We went from a 31.6 pre-pandemic to a 35.1. Our graduation rates are the highest ever, 84.3 to a now an 86%. Our Golden State Merit diploma rate was at a 15%. It is now a 23.1%. And so the work that the teachers and students have been doing has been phenomenal. This one you might not know about, but how many of you remember the API index and school improvement and all of that under No Child Left Behind? Well, the new version of that started in 2017 is called differentiated assistance. And it's under the federal Every Student Success Act. 2 years ago, or 2.5 years, no, 2 years ago, 20 of our 24 schools were under differentiated assistance. So think of it as school improvement. This year, we only have 3 out of the 24 schools in that category. Amazing work. Yes, please applaud for our students and our teachers. And also the last point on academics, the hard work that the team has been doing around math is really paying dividends. We have increased math scores across all student groups district-wide. So there's a lot to celebrate among everything that we're going through. We want to continue to keep that focus. So how are we going to make sure that this doesn't happen again? That's another question that we keep hearing. Having worked in a large district, myself and Lisa August, we've brought to the district the concept of using ratios to right-size our district, which basically means as enrollment decreases, all positions at all levels decreases. As enrollment increases, we increase positions as the need arises. So that's what we mean by right-sizing the district in terms of making sure that the ratios are used across the board. So we have significant work to be done ahead in terms of creating systems, procedures, protocols to make us more efficient and effective. And I won't go through the timeline because I realize that I talked a lot, but in conclusion, I just wanted to say that we have to do this work together as a united community. I know there is a lot of distrust in the district, in the Board of Trustees, in my position. And all I ask is that you give us an opportunity to do better. Again, not trying to, throw anyone under the bus. We just have to do better. I know we can, and I hope that we can partner together to really engage, embrace, and empower our students, our parents, and you, our community. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Morales. Thank you for reminding us of so much of the progress that we've made and the steps that we're planning on. Next is my board president report. Normally, this is where I would talk about my activities since our last meeting. My activities recently have been a lot of reading all of your emails. I know I hardly respond to any of them, but trust me, I am reading them. Also, since our study session, I have all of my papers with our enrollment, capacity, budget numbers. I am spending a lot of time sitting on the couch, running scenarios in my head. That's what I've been doing. And also, I know we've talked about this before, but I want to reiterate so everyone understands. The board, we can only discuss in open session. Yeah. So I can sit at home and I can think as much as I want about how we're going to handle closures and consolidations, but the board as a whole, we don't get to talk about it. We're not working behind the scenes. We have to talk about it in open session. So when it seems like we're not agreeing right away, or we're coming up with even more scenarios, that's the natural process. That's how it works. So we're going to be continuing that work. We're going to have another study session on the 18th, and then decision on the 19th. Continue emailing us, I especially want to know what you all think about not just individual schools, but the different scenarios and approaches of, larger schools or 7 through 12, whether you have positive or negative thoughts on those things. That is what I want to hear about. And that's all for me. I'll turn it over to the board for any other board member reports. I'll go trustee Jenkins and then trustee De La Torre.
All right, new microphones. So, hello, there we go. Hello, everyone. I know it's really noisy in the back. It would be very nice if you guys could pay attention to the trustees for a little bit longer. Thanks. I do not have something completely prepared tonight. Thanks for the quiet coyotes. I saw that. But I do have some words written down to help me through this. My first one is thanks, because while we had the consolidation report last week, feels like an eternity ago. I didn't personally get to thank the people that were up here because we were so focused on the questions and getting more information. And I really, really, really wanted to thank Lisa August, as well as Ben Wolf and everyone who was involved in that consolidation process. I attended all of the meetings, whether that be in person or over Zoom. And I, as a skeptical parent who has in the past, my trust has gone down in the district. Part of me going to everything was to rebuild that trust and wanting to make sure that, oh, I'm looking over everything too. And are they doing everything right? Going through all of it. And I personally was very impressed with the process. I was impressed with the, what's the word I'm looking for? Not clarity, but transparency. I was impressed with the transparency. And more than anything, I was shocked that the individuals who were part of that committee came up to a decision that made sense. To get that many people on the same page is a pretty big deal. My next word is trust, and that kind of goes hand in hand. So we all have to kind of trust. I know it's hard. I'm right there with you, but we do have to trust the processes that are in place. Like I have to, as a trustee, I need to trust the superintendent, right? Because she is doing the things that she needs to do. Not all of us up here have jobs. Like we work outside of this, and we can't put in 40 to 80 hours a week going over everything. And it's not our job. Like we get your information. We get all of your feedback, which I appreciate so much. And then there's a process. Thank you so much for your opinions. I'm still talking though. The third word I wanted to say was resilience. The third word I have written down is resilience. And the reason for that is because I don't want the students that come out of our education system to just have resilience. I want them to be wonderful, educated, contributing citizens in our community. And while everyone in our community is so resilient, we also need them to be well-educated citizens of our community when people launch. And lastly, I really wanted to put out kindness, because we are all going through this together. I think everyone in this room has had a moment of, oh my gosh, what am I gonna do next week? What am I gonna do in the fall? And remember that feeling when we move forward with this process, because anything we do impacts our entire city. And remember that when you are interacting with other people, students, staff, community members, please remember to be kind. And the feelings that you have had through this experience, Others are sharing the same, and sometimes it doesn't come out the way we want it to, but it's usually based in something else, right? So please remember to be kind to each other, to us. And thank you guys. And thank you so much for being here. I really wanted to do the wave earlier, but I don't know how it would go over. But it would be amazing in here. And I'd love to see everybody in the same room. And remember, we're doing this together. Before we go on to our next board member report, I do need to ask everyone in the middle of the gym to try to separate and leave a center aisle. We want to have a center aisle leading up to the podium. So if you're standing in the center of the room, try to find space on the sides as much as possible. We can't have anyone standing right in the center. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. All right, Trustee De La Torre.
There it is. Good evening, all. Thank you very much for your attendance tonight. Thank you very much for continuing to comment, email, message, see us in public and have conversations. None of us are taking this lightly. There are some very large decisions upcoming, and they can no longer be delayed or avoided, and the can no longer be kicked down the road. This is a problem that our district has had for several years, and we cannot continue to be upset about how we got here or why we got here. We have to deal with what's on our place in front of us right now. So this board must remain resolute and put something to vote next Wednesday on the 19th. We have to make a vote, and it's not going to be comfortable, and it's going to upset people. And know that this board's intent is to attempt to right-size our district, right-size our budget with the least traumatic results possible for our students and staff. We cannot keep all of our schools open. We cannot afford to operate 24 campuses any longer. We are in a very unfortunate position. We are not the only district in that position, and more districts are now hitting the news with the same sad results that we are dealing with. We are not alone in this. But being the largest district, we are continuing to attempt to be transparent, communicate, and show other districts how to get through this difficult process. I thank each and every one of my board members for their continued support. And we were not able to discuss this as a board until last Wednesday. That was our first opportunity. And that word opportunity is what we need to focus on here forward. What opportunities can we build moving forward? The SCAT committee put a lot of hard work and time into their efforts to provide recommendations. We're not ignoring those recommendations. We're not ignoring elementary schools. We're not ignoring anyone. We are attempting to find results to put to vote that will provide the best opportunity for the students moving forward in the least traumatic way possible. Thank you.
Other board member reports, Trustee Caston.
Thank you. I'm going to address some of the things that the other trustees have addressed, but I want to start by talking about some of the actions that as a new board we started taking at the beginning of this year. Recognize that of this board, 3 of us are new within the last 3 months. 5 of us are new within the last 2 years and about 2 months. So there is a lot of things that are going to be happening differently as we start to govern differently. One of those things was at our very first meeting as a new board, we adopted and formed a finance committee. Now, that is something that exists for a lot of districts and governments, but we didn't have one. And the purpose of that finance committee is to look long range, look at liabilities, look at projections, look at a lot of the things that have created the crisis that we're dealing with today. And this isn't going to help us today, but it will help us for next year. And so the board finance subcommittee, we are having our first meeting on March the first Monday in March. I did not write the date down, the 3rd. It will be meeting from 3:30 to 5:30, and we'll start meeting regularly each month as the Board Finance Committee through June on the first Monday from 3:30 to 5:30. And that information will be posted. It's a standing committee, and that transparency, as well as the opportunity for us as a committee to be meeting and talking about those things, is one step we're taking towards looking forward and being prudent in our financial decisions. I also want to just speak briefly, and I know a lot of us are speaking to it, to the closure process. If we had had a closed process where the president and superintendent went behind closed doors, came out with a recommendation, and we all voted on it, or a process where the committee's recommendations came up and we voted on it without having the conversations that have led to much of the revelations and shock in the last few days, we could be sitting here talking about having just implemented super elementaries with no one actually really having realized that that's what we were talking about. But because we had this open process and we were able to ask questions, we're learning more about what these proposals mean. And it means that you're now here again, able to tell us what we need to know about something that wasn't truly understood until last Friday. So the credibility of this process is strong because of that transparency. But unlike a business where they want to come out with a clean message that rallies everyone around it, we want to come up with a solution that included everyone in creating it. And that's naturally going to be messy, but it's going to make it a better solution in the end. And I appreciate all of you. I visited with many of you at your campuses. I'm still trying to book every single one of those appointments that I've gotten on emails. So, let's keep this dialogue going. 7 more days for us to make what is going to be a very difficult, but in the long term, a very impactful decision. And I thank you all for your participation.
So I want to interject just to give clarity when he mentions the process that the district selected. So there were 3 options that the district has selected around school consolidation and the committee. So one, the board could have decided, and remember again, this is the previous board, could have decided to do that work themselves. Meet every month on a separate meeting to go through all of the criteria that the committee went through. They could have done that. They chose to actually have an ad hoc committee that did that work for them and had that work done transparently in public. The third option was that they could have had it be a superintendent's committee where it could have been done without Brand Act limitations, and then the recommendations would come to the board through the superintendent. The board, in my opinion, selected the best possible transparent option, which was they didn't have the bandwidth to do all of that work. They put a committee together of 20 members, which is normally called a 7-11 committee, because in that committee, it's usually 7 to 11 members. But the board said, no, we need more representation. Hence why we had 20. We had 21 to start with, 1 dropped out. So we had 20 members of the committee. I know it seems like it was divisive and everything happened in public. That was the most transparent way that the board could have selected to have this process done. As divisive, I think, as it seems, because I know I heard someone say at the last meeting, why didn't you do the rankings in secret? That's not the selection that the board made. The selection that the board made was to have the most transparent process, as hard and difficult as it has been. The other thing I wanted to add is the finance committee subcommittee is to the board. The district has always had a fiscal stabilization, or actually a fiscal committee made up of parents, staff, bargaining partners. And this year, Lisa, August, and I talked about adding a student to that finance committee. And we'll be opening up because we need more parents. The parents that are currently sitting on the finance district committee, their students are aging out. So we need new participation in that committee, and we'll be putting that out in the spring so that parents can join. This is an additional finance committee of the board where they're going to be looking at 4 to 5 years out. Where are we at in the fiscal picture? So like Trustee Caston said, we're not in this scenario in 5 years. The board will be looking long out while the fiscal committee of the district looks at what's happening now. How are we spending? Where are we overspending and things like that? So I just want to provide that clarity so everybody understands why the board selected the process they selected.
Thank you for the clarification. And we have one more board member report, Trustee Kirby.
Check. Hello, everyone. Thanks again for being here. I love the great turnout of everyone. We certainly appreciate and want to hear your voices. So I'm going to try to keep this brief so we can get to the public comments. Just a quick recap. Since our last meeting, I've been to as many schools as I could fit in. I went to Ridgeway, Proctor Terrace, Hidden Valley, Luther Burbank, Steel Lane, part of the Santa Rosa campus here. I'm trying to get to all the campuses that I can. I want to physically put eyes on everything to be able to just visualize what we're talking about when we see these campuses. I also want to thank again Lisa August and the district team for the incredible amount of work that they've done. We're taxing them significantly with all of the information requests that we've put forward to them, and they're doing a great job of getting us the information we need, and we really appreciate that. And that's it. That's all I got.
Student board member Zuniga, do you have a report?
Oh, they're actually going to sit there. So I met with the superintendent student council yesterday. And we were at Maria Carrillo. Thank you, Maria Carrillo, for hosting us. And they wanted to come together as representations of all of the schools and share kind of a message with the board. So we have pretty much representation. I think Ome will let us know who's missing and why they're missing. But I will turn it over to our trustee, Zuniga, to share what the superintendent student council wants to share with the board and the community.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, awesome.
Pretend you're eating the mic so they can hear you.
I'm gonna eat the mic. Eat the mic. Okay. Okay. Hello, community and all in attendance and board. My name is Ome Suniga. I am the student trustee and the president of the Superintendent Student Council. I am a senior at Santa Rosa, and I sit here representing Santa Rosa High School on this committee. Before we begin, I'd like to preface that we've built this together in community and collaboration. Carrillo's representative couldn't be here tonight, but their thoughts and ideas are displayed and a part of this cumulative report. So I'll hand it over to Sydney Stroud.
Okay. Hello, board, staff, students, and families. My name is Sydney Stroud, and I'm a senior at Montgomery High School. Over the last 4 years at my school, I've experienced what it takes to elevate a school that is sitting at rock bottom into a supportive and caring community. I've had the privilege of meeting my best friends, connecting with some amazing teachers, and achieving academic success all on one campus. I love my community, and I'm so proud to be sitting in front of all of you today to share that none of my experiences could have happened without the Santa Rosa City School District. As I look to the right of me, I see so many amazing students that have put in so much effort and time into their own campuses and communities. And it makes me proud that we are all sitting here together at this table tonight. While we are all from different backgrounds, communities, and high schools, we share the same passion and energy for our education and cultures. The Santa Rosa City School District has offered so many students a safe environment to grow and become the most successful versions of ourselves. But none of this would be possible if we weren't united as one group. We need to stop seeing ourselves as different from one another, but as a shared community, all searching for the same concept, that is unity. Sadly, in these past few weeks, unity is something that I feel we've lost sight of. Recently, in light of school closures, schools have been pinned against each other. What happened to the community that is the Santa Rosa City School District? We need to unite as one to get through this dark period. We need to support one another through this difficult time because we all know how we would react if we knew that our school was closing. It's very immature to react poorly at students in pain. We need to remember that as a community, kindness matters and respect is an essential component of achieving a unified district. Let's rid ourselves of the hate we are throwing at each other because at the end of the day, we are all students, teachers, and faculty that coexist in this district together.
Okay. As a committee, we ask that you, the board, make sure that in the future, when eventually we have to consolidate schools, that a safe transition be held, and that resources are allocated to those affected. We know that there are plans in place, but we want to make sure that we reaffirm those plans, and make sure that families know that there are plans in place. We want the board to make a decision that will have the least amount of impact on students and make sure that with this decision, we are not back in the same place in 5 years' time. We don't want to keep pushing back these same issues and postponing these problems. As a council, we've discussed scenarios and reviewed data and numbers, and we strongly believe in those data and those numbers. We've gone over scenarios like the 3-1-1, 3-2-1, the idea of closing middle schools, as well as 3 elementary schools, or closing 1 high school and adapting the others to a 7-12 model. We've had numerous conversations. All of these were workshopped to meet a goal of about 10 million that we hope to achieve through these consolidations. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, board, community members, and staff. My name is Savannah Magayan. I am from LCLN High School, and I am a junior. And I just wanted to talk about if it does come to the case that we do have to shut down one of our high schools, that we would need a plan for any students, especially students who are going into their senior or junior year. We want them to know that you all can support us in our studies and in our going into our college career. And just in general, we want to know that we still have your support even after all these dark times. I know it's not easy, and I know all of community members and a lot of our high school students can agree that this is it's really tough, but it's the reality. And we really want to make sure that we have your support, and we know that you all have our backs. We want to make sure that we have, sorry. Okay. we have come up with some examples of how to support us. We want, some examples is if it does come to that situation, wherever we transfer, we want to be able to have, whenever we do graduate, we want to be able to have a certificate, if not the diploma of our original high school. Another example we have, or we all came up with, is we can wear our cap and gown from our original high school as well. I also want to mention that if we can keep supporting our students with scholarships and different types of stuff like that, that can help us with, especially helping our low-income students, especially from LCLN High School. I do come from a low-income family, and it is really hard, especially with my mom. She works almost every day to keep a roof under my head. And I do want to make sure that you all can still help us. If it's not just, I know it is a bit hard to promote that. Our school is doing an excellent job promoting all our scholarships and helps with our seniors and juniors currently. I just want to make sure that even if this does happen, I want to make sure that we can still have that hope even in different schools. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vincent Roman. I am a freshman at Pioneer. And I think the rest of my friends here have already said what they wanted to say. I just want to lightly touch up and reinforce the idea that we are a community, that we are the students, the teachers, the faculty, the staff, the board members, the parents who came here tonight. I just want to thank you all for coming here too. So I just want to reinforce the idea that we are a community. We don't want to hate one another, right? We want to love one another. We want to respect one another. So we just thank you so much for your ideas of trying to get to 10 million, to not wanting to close down a high school. Because in my opinion, every single high school is a cornerstone piece of our community. If we remove that, how will we work as a body? We move as one. So I thank you so much for your time, and that's really all I have.
If there are members of the Superintendent Student Council on the audience, so any Superintendent Student Councils in the audience, if you can stand or raise your hand so you could be acknowledged. Superintendent Student Council members. It is my privilege and my honor to work with this group of students and students. I thank you. Your voice matters, and we want to continue hearing your voice. Thank you for sharing your hearts with us today.
All right, now for the part of the meeting that I think most of you are here for. Public comment on non-agenda and consent items. If you've been to a board meeting before, you know that as the board president, it's my discretion to set the time limits for public comment. I have more blue cards than I think I've ever seen before. So I want to prioritize hearing as many people as possible, even if that means you can't say everything that you want to. So I'm going to put a total 2-hour limit, but only 1 minute each. I know that's short. I want to give you permission to skip the niceties. A lot of people start with, dear President McNally, Superintendent, and skip it. Get straight to your point. I also want to be able to somewhat prioritize student voices. So what I'm going to do is we have it separated into students and non-students, and I'm going to alternate between the two piles so that I think we'll be able to get through all of the students, possibly not all of the adults. Okay, I'm going to call 3 names at a time. So when you hear your name, line up behind the podium. And again, just 1 minute each. So first will be Layla Payne. Alternating. Layla Payne, followed by Elizabeth Ridlington, followed by Danica Schwan.
Are all of you ready? When does my timer start on my first word?
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Layla Payne. I am currently a senior at Santa Rosa High School. I am the vice president of Art Quest Theater, a member of the softball team and co-captain of Debate Club. I am also a fourth generation high school student, something people from other schools cannot often say. Santa Rosa High School is one of the most historically significant places in Santa Rosa itself. I would like to talk about Art Quest, which is a magnet program that brings in students from outside of the district. However, as vice president of this club, I have learned that the district does not have any respect for this program. From shutting down our shows to demolishing our buildings, it is clear they will not spend the time or energy to keep it alive. This program brings in people who would otherwise go to other schools outside the district. An SRHS closure means students leaving the district, therefore losing more money. I want to end my speech by asking the trustees this. What sacrifices are you making?
Thank you, Layla. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next is Elizabeth Ridlington, followed by Danica Schwan, followed by Nadia Kuria.
I'm Elizabeth Ridlington. I'm the parent of a sophomore at Santa Rosa High School. My concern is that we've spent many months talking about what schools to close and what we're going to lose in this process. And we haven't spent very much time at all talking about what our new school communities are going to look like. And I think that's why this feels so terrifying and very rushed to the community. My request of you is to put off this decision for at least a month to give us more time to understand what our reconfigured schools might look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Danica Schwan, followed by Nadia Kuria, followed by Rachel Grunbaum.
Hi, everyone. My name is Danica Schwan, and I'm a sophomore at Montgomery High School. I'm the vice president for a school at our club called Best Buddies. Best Buddies is a club where high school students with and without developmental disabilities are matched in a one-on-one friendship. We have meetings at our school every other week doing different activities. Some of the events we organize for our school include a county-wide inclusive prom, Special Olympics, and even tickets to college sporting events. Montgomery also hosts a soccer Special Olympics at the beginning of the school year. Montgomery students that are a part of Best Buddies organize cooking classes for students with disabilities once a month where everyone is welcome. Best Buddies is one of the many diverse clubs in Montgomery that help create an inclusive and welcoming culture on our campus. We have really created a welcoming, inclusive, and diverse community at our school, and it would be really sad to see it go.
Thank you. Next is Nadia Kuria, followed by Rachel Grunbaum, followed by Reed Hevner.
Hello, I am a freshman from Santa Rosa High School. I attend the Art Quest program, and Santa Rosa High School offers so many opportunities for people who wouldn't have it otherwise. We have a college right next to our school, which provides so many opportunities for our students. And by closing the school, this would be tearing apart the diverse community that Art Quest has and the creative community that we have at this school. We want to preserve this, and as a community, we want to make our school better. We are the only school with a debate tournament that goes to actual tournaments. Our debate club that goes to actual tournaments. These helps political leaders grow. This helps youth help convey themselves to the public, and this school means so much to me. Without this school, we would be tearing apart this diverse community, which allows so many kids to get the things that they need to be able to support themselves.
Thank you. Next is Rachel Grunbaum, followed by Reed Hevner, followed by Bradley George.
Hello, my name is Rachel Grunbaum, and I'm a sophomore at Montgomery High School. I want to say thank you for valuing to keep all of the high schools open. I am the vice president of the Viking Voices, the school newspaper at Montgomery. My older sister Caroline, who graduated last year, brought back the first physical newspaper to Montgomery and one of the only physical high school newspapers that exists in our county. This is just one of the examples of the valuable programs available to the diverse population of Montgomery. The IB program creates a culture of diversity, inclusivity, and critical thinking that is not just available at any other high school. I am in student government, and we are more than ready to welcome new students onto our campus as a part of Montgomery family. Closing a high school will decimate college acceptances and the thriving community we built. Please do the right thing and vote to keep all of the high schools open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Reed Hebner, followed by Bradley George, followed by Carrie Joseph.
I'd like to address the board, but more specifically Trustee Jenkins. You spoke earlier this meeting about building community trust, which I really appreciate. Thank you very much. But in the past, you said that as a Montgomery parent, that you were not interested in the future of this district quite as much if Montgomery were to shut. Is that not right? My apologies. I've heard from quite a number of people that you've said you are, I put that wrong, I'm sorry, that you are interested in maybe leaving the district? No? My apologies then. I would like to end my time. My apologies. But thank you for your commitment to building community trust. Sorry.
Thank you. Next is Bradley George, followed by Carrie Joseph, followed by Alicia Mutunga. Is this Bradley George here? No, then we'll go on to Carrie Joseph.
Hi, I'm Carrie Joseph, and I've worked at Santa Rosa High since 1997 as an English teacher and still as their track and cross country coach. I'm here to ask that we keep all 5 high schools open, but specifically I will be speaking about Santa Rosa High. Santa Rosa High is the foundation and essence of this very city. Most Santa Rosa natives walked these hallways. Its central location literally anchors this city. The school offers extraordinary programs that are both comprehensive and unique, resulting in a kaleidoscope of creative and motivated students unparalleled in this district. Santa Rosa High is the historic heartbeat of Santa Rosa. It is this city's lifeblood. It is a symbol. If you want to see the impact it's made and the roots it's laid down, look no further than our on-campus museum, our $7 million endowment, and this crowd. Closing Santa Rosa High would be an emotional gut punch that would permanently impact generations both past and future. Do not close the heart and soul of this city.
Thank you.
Santa
Your
Rosa High
time is
School
up.
is Santa Rosa.
Thank you. Next is Alicia Mutunga, followed by Laura Robinson, followed by Eloise Bowser.
Hi, my name is Alicia Mutunga, and I'm the junior class president here at Santa Rosa High School. I'm gonna start by thanking the school district and its board members for the amount of notice you guys have given us about these school closures. I really appreciate how upfront and loud and strongly you guys came to us. That is not what you did. Instead, you shamefully kept it from us, and when we needed it most, you pitched us against each other. There is no one single person to blame, and this was a failure from the district as a whole. And I'm disappointed by the leadership ability that has been presented while handling this situation. Every single high school is individually unique, so I'd like to remind you that not closing a high school can be an option. To put this into very clear words, let's put our thinking caps on and turn them to 100 and find a way to save the young adults whom you're supposed to protect and support. High school can make or break the entrance into adulthood. And interrupting these crucial years to your lives is ruining and putting on hold well over 1,000 individuals' educations and lives. And it's.
Thank you. Next is Laura Robinson, followed by Eloise Bowser, followed by Minona Brulin.
Hello, no high school should be closed. The district is telling us they have to close a high school to fix their budgeting problem, but we elected you all to stand up for the rights of our children and to fight for what's best for them and their educational needs. I recognize that on this board, there are members who are parents at other schools or alumni, but no one in this board has a personal connection to Santa Rosa High School. When making a decision as huge as this that impacts not only the students and their families and their teachers, but the entire community, I am hoping that this decision will be made for not for personal reasons, but for reasons that truly benefit our student community as a whole. You are suddenly looking at Santa Rosa High School that has the most students that brings in the most money into the district. The math doesn't add up if you are trying to save money for a district. This probably isn't news to you, but if you close Santa Rosa High School, families will drive outside of this district and go to another school. We have lost faith in the Santa Rosa City School District, and we are already a working family.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Eloise Bowser, followed by Minona Brylan, followed by Dean Jansen.
Hello, my name is Eloise Bowser. I'm a student at Slater Middle School. I'm representing my beautiful school and here to tell you why you shouldn't move Slater to Montgomery or close our school entirely. I have a sister at Montgomery, and even with her there, I'd be super scared to go to school with high schoolers. As a 7th grader, I needed and still do that little cushion that middle school gives us. Along with many other 7th graders, I had a hard time getting to classes and opening my locker. If you were to throw us into the deep end without teaching us how to swim, that'd be the same thing as making us go from elementary school, skipping middle school, and going straight to high school. Last but not least, what do you think would happen to our sports? You may not see the importance of these, but our sports keep us in shape, build life skills, and bonds that could last a lifetime. That said, even though I'm protesting for Slater not to get switched, Monty, or closed at all, I still do not believe that you should close any high schools or middle schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Minona Brylan, followed by Dean Jansen, followed by Allie Myers.
Hi, my name is Minona. I have a son at Proctor Terrace Elementary School and a daughter at Santa Rosa Middle School. Looking forward to attending Santa Rosa High School next year in the Art Quest program. I don't understand why this district is closing 20% of the schools when there is an 8% budget deficit. The Rincon Valley Union School District had a 7% deficit, and they just closed it without closing any schools. I am dismayed that our district business services has not presented any scenarios to balance revenues and expenses. They could have presented their revenues, the revenues and expenses scenarios in August. Yet they chose to do this extended committee ranking schools.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Dean Jansen, followed by Allie Myers, followed by Eleanor McCoy.
Hello, my name is Dean Jansen. I am the ASB Vice President here at Santa Rosa High School and the Art Quest Theater President. Here at Santa Rosa High School, we are distinguished not only by our legacy, but also by our specialized programs and location just adjacent to the Santa Rosa Junior College. This proximity gives our students easy access to college level courses, greatly enhancing their educational experience. With Santa Rosa High School boundary only holding 750 students, which is the smallest boundary of all high schools in the district, yet we have over 600 students choosing to transfer to SRHS. We consistently attract families from across the county seeking our high-quality education we offer, mainly through our specialized programs such as Art Quest. Recently, the Art Quest Theater Program received the Spirit of Linnea Award for its extraordinary leadership skills, among numerous of other prestigious awards at this theater ceremony. This recognition highlights our program's excellence and exceptional opportunities we provide, making Art Quest one of the top performing arts programs in the state. I urge
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Allie Myers, followed by Eleanor McCoy, followed by Ashley Bell.
Hi, I'm here to ask and advocate that you keep all high schools open.
But since you just recently turned your attention last Friday to Santa Rosa High, I feel like I have to speak up on its behalf. I think it should stay open. It is the school with the city's namesake. It dates back to the 1800s, and I don't know about you, but I don't know anybody who knows anybody from the 1800s. It's historic. It's a landmark. The foundation raises millions of dollars not every year, but it has 7 million in an endowment fund with 50 scholarships offered last year. It's centrally located with 13 bus routes nearby. It allows students to get here with ease, even students with very little means with the free bus routes. And the dual classification of being next to the JC is a win. Closing any high school is the wrong decision. And these students, this group of students have endured so much, and they deserve a little bit of your grace because of all they've been through. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Eleanor McCoy, followed by Ashley Bell, followed by Dahlia Bugia.
I would like to thank our school district for causing chaos and competition at a time when we should be united. Instead of carefully towing the line of reason, they have amplified rivalries and made students angry. I would like to thank the district for possibly closing the oldest school, which just hit 150 years. Thank you for possibly closing the only school with the Magna Arts program with it in a 20-minute car ride. It would be really cool if the town of Santa Rosa didn't have a high school named after it. Thank you for choosing not to acknowledge all of the students that choose to wake up early every day and commit to Santa Rosa from 20 to 30 minutes away because they prefer their education and safety at Santa Rosa High School. Thank you for pushing ArtQuest aside and insisting that it will have a future when you have done nothing to safeguard and assure that future, including the recent censorship and lack of communication per recent events, knowing that the program is well acclaimed and the only program that can compete with Marin School of the Arts located in Novato and Nuevo at Windsor High. Both are extremely well-known programs in all of California, but only ArtQuest is the only being able to compete with these high-ranking programs. Thank you for caring more.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Ashley Bell, followed by Dahlia Bugia, followed by Jim Carroll.
Hi, my name is Ashley Bell, and I have the privilege and honor of being a history teacher here at Santa Rosa High School. We have many programs here that cannot be moved. We have a barn, a wood shop, a metal shop, an auto shop here on campus. Our ArtQuest program is as movable as Monty's IB program and offers 9 specialties that draw students from across the county. We have a 60-acre offsite farm and a brand new barn and a 6-acre vineyard. We have the 9th oldest high school title in the state. We have the 2nd FFA charter in the state. We have the 2nd most diverse student body. We have an exceptionally large and beautiful campus that costs less per square foot than any other high school campus. We have more students transferring into our school than any other, both inside and outside of our district. At surface level, we appear to be the most costly to run. However, when dividing the overall 24-25 school total costs by student enrollment, you will find that we rank 3rd when it comes to cost per student. We have a teaching staff with over 1,200 years of experience. We have a foundation with a $7 million endowment that gives $250,000 to Santa Rosa students every year.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Dahlia Bugia, followed by Jim Carroll, followed by Jason Dennis.
Hi, my name is Dahlia Bujica. I am a junior at Santa Rosa High and treasurer of ArtQuest Theater. I am a level 3 of ArtQuest Theater class. Had an amazing opportunity to make it to the Linnea Theater Festival. From the festival, we won 11 individual awards plus the Spirit of Linnea Award, Synergy, Gold for our one act, Redacted. Out of the 74 schools, ArtQuest was the school that won the most awards, plus only 4 schools get gold for their one act, and we were one of them. ArtQuest has made their name as the top performing arts program in this state. I commute an hour to be a part of ArtQuest program. It has been the best decision of my life, and this is with this most amazing community. I beg of you, Santa Rosa High School is has amazing opportunities and its programs and history. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jim Carroll, followed by Jason Dennis, followed by Christina Trice.
First and foremost, I don't envy you this decision you guys have to make. It's going to be a difficult decision. That said, this whole process has felt like you're pitting 3 schools against each other. Right, what the kid said earlier about what are they gonna do with the school that you go to? They're gonna go graduate out of their original school. It's a lot to think about. I think the best choice is trying to keep all schools open. We need to know this. We need to grow our district. We need more students. And we're cutting our schools and making them lean and cutting electives and crowding our schools. It's not attractive to people. They're not.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Jason Dennis, followed by Christina Trice, followed by Eliza Evans.
I see Rosa as a school that
Thank
is.
you. Your time is up. Next is Christina Trice, followed by Eliza Evans, followed by Michelle Crosby.
At your heart and ask yourself, if your family was living here, would you want your child in a super elementary with over 900 students? When you were looking for a small neighborhood school, would you want your 12-year-old in a high school with 18-year-old adults? Stand up for our communities, our children, and what is right. Do not allow the district staff to continue to pull the wool over your eyes. They have continuously withheld permanent information to fit their agenda time and time again. Their excuses continue with the fault line when experts have already shown geological analysis can be completed in just a few months, too. Project Harris has done it before and can do it again. Closing a school due to proximity shows how disconnected the district is to the communities being affected. Their priorities are not the safety or well-being of our students, it's about numbers. Don't gut the middle of the Santa Rosa for the sake of convenience. There's a reason why you're using the Santa Rosa High School gymnasium.
Thank
It's a
you.
central
Your time is up. Next is Eliza Evans, followed by Michelle Crosby, followed by Itzel Rodriguez Garcia.
Hello, my name is Eliza Evans and I'm a sophomore at Montgomery High School. I'm hoping to take IB classes next year, and I know that this has been said many times, but the conditions needed to move the IB program at Montgomery seem extremely difficult to do, considering that we only have less than 6 months. There are sophomores and juniors hoping to take part in this program next year, and they would all like to continue on this path of education. Closing Montgomery right now would not give the necessary amount of time to get this program up and running. This causes the students who are already taking part in our IB program to not have the ability to complete it next year. I have found and created a community that is irreplaceable inside of Montgomery, and I would hate to see that all leave. I know that you guys are trying your best to find the right solution, but please, please, please do not make that closing Montgomery. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Crosby, followed by Itzel Rodriguez Garcia, followed by Aaron Matthews.
Hi, my name is Michelle Crosby. I'm a proud alumni of Santa Rosa High School, class of '96. I'm a CPA with extensive experience in reviewing budgets, deficits, and the need for consolidation. In my work, I analyze financial statements daily, and while I understand the importance of scrutinizing costs and expenditures, it's equally vital to focus on the revenue side of the equation. Santa Rosa High School has the highest operating budget in the district. However, you consider the current cost of operations divided by enrollment, SRHS is less expensive than other schools in the district. I recognize that the board faces incredibly difficult decisions. However, closing Santa Rosa High School will not help meet fiscal objectives. Such a decision would devastate the community and undermine Santa Rosa City Schools' ability to attract and retain students. The data clearly indicates that SRHS has a net positive transfer rate, underscoring its importance to families in our feeder districts. Closing any school with a positive transfer rate is fiscally irresponsible. I urge you to keep Santa Rosa High School open for the benefit of our students, community, and the future of Santa Rosa City Schools.
Thank you. Next is Itzel Rodriguez Garcia, followed by Aaron Matthews, followed by Mathis Murphy.
Santa Rosa High School, a high school so great they named a city after it. I want this school to be the school my younger siblings attend due to their curriculars such as FFA, CTE classes like woodshop, auto shop, and due to its Art Quest program. Did you know Santa Rosa High School is the first high school in this district that is going to perform at Carnegie Hall? Did you know that Santa Rosa High School is one of 2 high schools that offers an orchestral class? Santa Rosa High School has many classes to offer for anyone interested in potential art careers or in trades. Just recently, the woodshop classes is teaching peers about plumbing, about life skills that people can learn. And finally, our spring play has returned because of our stagecraft classes. These amazing opportunities offered at this school can't be replaced anywhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Aaron Matthews, followed by Mathis Murphy, followed by Chris Gray.
I'm here to say no to super elementary schools and yes to neighborhood schools. I'm appalled that this scenario was even brought to the table. It's not in the best interest of our students. You will lose district families and could end up erasing savings you might get. We want what's best for our kids, and a super elementary is not that. Elementary school students have between 6 and 14 years left in this district. They are the future of this district. You have as much responsibility to our TK through 6 children as you do to any other grade. I asked the board to follow the committee's recommendation to close 3 elementary schools. Portables can be moved to ensure that there is space for all students. Closures could be staggered over a 2-year period to allow remaining school sites to be prepared to welcome new kids. A super elementary school is not—
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Mathis Murphy, followed by Chris Gray, followed by Allison Green.
My name is Mathis Murphy, and I'm a 4th grade student at CCLA. I am here to share 2 things. The first is that I have heard that CCLA may need to move campuses again. We have once moved before, and I hope we do not have to move again. The last thing I would like to share is please don't close Santa Rosa High School. My dad teaches there, and it's a good school. Other schools are good too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chris Gray, followed by Allison Green, followed by Patty Robotham Carreras.
After Friday's study session, most of us are questioning the school district's ability to provide you with accurate, thoughtful scenarios that can be implemented by August. Why? The 3-1-1 model they came up with was never feasible, and we are just now hearing about how it will not easily work. So why did Lisa August ask the School Consolidation Advisory Committee to identify a 3-1-1 for closure? Why did we even have the 5 town halls? Why has the school district continued to provide you with unrealistic scenarios? Most concerning was presenting you with the idea of the super elementaries, which would gut almost all our neighborhood schools. Understand, to save all the high schools means sacrificing all our elementary and middle schools. If you lose enough elementary school students next year, you will end up closing at least 1 high school anyway. You have a responsibility to represent all our students' best interests, not just the high school students. Sorry, guys. Make sure you are getting accurate information from the district moving forward to make your decision. Proctor Terrace is in the house.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Allison Green, followed by Patty Robotham Carreras, followed by Haley Javier.
Hello, my name is Allison Green, and I'm a senior at SRHS. I am known to be blunt by my friends, and I would like to spew my views to you. You as a board have set our school up for failure. You targeted ArtQuest, specifically censoring theater, and got your feelings hurt when the community fought back on your actions. You downplayed the severity of school closures so we wouldn't show up. You fired our principal and replaced him with a district plant, and you have created a huge divide between all of the schools, causing more stress and hate when we should be uplifting and supporting each other. Do you really want to be known as the board that closed one of the oldest high schools in California? Do you want to be known as the board who doesn't care about people and only about their wallets? No matter what happens, people will be displaced and depressed. I am asking you to wake up. Everyone loves their school with all their hearts. Thank you for hearing my words.
Thank you. Next is Patty Robotham Carreras, followed by Haley Javier, followed by Aaron Geary.
My name is Patty Carreras. I'm a secretary of the Santa Rosa High School Foundation Board and a 1966 graduate of Santa Rosa High School. My sisters and my brother graduated from here before I did. My sons went to Montgomery. My granddaughter is at Carrillo, and other family members graduated from Pioneer, and I have neighbors who were teachers at LC Allen and a neighbor who was a student there. None of these high schools should close. Currently in development in the Santa Rosa zoning district, 168 units on Mendocino Avenue, 129 units in Railroad Square, Pullman Lofts Phase 2, 40 units next to completed Phase 1 with 94 units, Fountain Grove Apartments on Fountain Grove Parkway, 239 multifamily units, and at 3575 Mendocino Avenue, 532 multifamily units. 120.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Haley Javier, followed by Aaron Geary, followed by Riley Piero. If I say your name wrong, just say it at the start of your comment.
Hi, I'm Haley Javier, and I can say that as a current sophomore at SRHS, that this school has created such a great community for all of its students. Santa Rosa High offers many opportunities for students with our ArtQuest program, AP and honors courses, and our CTE programs as well. I take woodshop, and it provides me and others with hands-on learning that prepares us to enter the workforce and prepares us for our futures. Our connection with the SRJC provides us with yet another way to help us with our futures and allow those who wish to continue down the path of college to be able to experience what their future may look like. Santa Rosa High is not just a plot of land or a bunch of buildings. It is a place where an amazing group of individuals come together to create a safe, inclusive, and welcoming environment for anyone and everyone who comes onto our campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Aaron Geary, followed by Riley Pieri. Peel? What? Okay. Followed by Matt Davis.
All right. I'm here as a parent and as a teacher. I am not here to argue for any one school, even though I'm connected to several, because everyone here believes their school is special and should be spared. I believe that no schools should close. This disorganized process has brought chaos and stress to our community, all because of the district's fiscal mismanagement. The district wants to balance their budget on the backs of our children and has pitted our schools against each other. It feels like a dogfight when we should really be all on the same side fighting for fiscal accountability. So board members, ask yourselves, we live in one of the wealthiest places in this world. Where is the money going? School closures do not end up saving as much money as projected. Is there another way? And finally, how did we get into this mess? You have free agency as individuals. Do not vote for something you do not believe in. And when the dust settles from whatever decision you make, understand that our district will continue to bleed students if we do not create a sustainable vision that attracts people to our schools. Thank you.
Next is Riley Perrell, followed by Matt Davis, followed by Zach Pemberton.
I was proud to talk about my experience in career technical education several weeks ago when you passed the resolution for February to be Career Technical Education Month. I hope you were listening just as I listened to every single one of you when you talked about some of your individual experiences in your own life that involved CTE education, which is why I'm surprised that you were requesting financial information to close the only truly comprehensive CTE high school in the district. Santa Rosa High School offers over 10 different career technical education pathways, has the smallest boundary, but over 1,500 students. Students like me come to SRHS outside of our district. I would like to remind you of those experiences that you have with career technical education that shaped your life and have helped develop the person you have become. I would like to remind you of your pledge to help fortify existing career technical education, and I would like to remind you that the multi-million
Thank
dollar
you. Your
facility.
time is up. Next is Matt Davis, followed by Zach Pemberton, followed by Brian Beaver.
Matt Davis, I've been teaching physics and science at Santa Rosa High School since 1996. Since you will be closing, unfortunately, approximately 20% of the schools within the district, you, the elected board, should definitely direct the superintendent to cut the district office budget and personnel by at least that much, if not more. One could argue that further cuts than that should be made. Since 2014 or so, enrollment in the district has gone down. The number of positions at the district office has quadrupled or more. That's not right. The superintendent will not recommend that to you. Her assistants will not recommend that to you. It's an imperative upon you. You owe it to the taxpayers, to the kids, to the parents, to cut the district office. Also, the point's been made, Santa Rosa High attracts more students from outside its attendance boundaries than any other school. You will lose some of those kids to other districts if you close Santa Rosa High.
Your time is up. Next is Zach Pemberton, followed by Brian Beaver, followed by Fiona Garthwaite.
I just want to start this off by saying I came into this school fully expecting to transfer to a different school next year. But this school changed all of that. All of the communities I'm a part of, whether it's ArtQuest Theater, football, wrestling, or sports, are so rich, and the entire community here in itself is amazing. It would be almost impossible to shut us down, especially with the 150 years of buildup. Not just save SRHS, but all the other high schools as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Brian Beaver, followed by Fiona Garthwaite, followed by John Cotting. Is Brian Beaver here? All right, moving on. Fiona Garthwaite, followed by John Cotting, followed by Mario Juarez Osorio.
Hello, my name is Fiona Garthwaite, and I am a junior at Santa Rosa High School. This school has been part of my family for generations, from myself and my 3 older siblings to my great-grandfather who graduated 80 years ago. I am at Santa Rosa High because of its so-called movable programs and how they work together to make a bigger community. I am currently in ArtQuest, who allows self-expression and development for students who are becoming adults. I have taken classes at the JC since freshman year because it's within walking distance and convenient after school, allowing me to advance at my own pace. I am in Santa Rosa FFA, a program that's almost 100 years old and teaches employability, leadership, and entrepreneurship skills. And I am one of the captains of the debate team whose current team is heading to state qualifiers. These programs together is what makes Santa Rosa High School special and are not movable, as you say. You'll lose so many students if you break up this school and the programs that go with it.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is John Cotting, followed by Mario Juarez Osorio, followed by Heather Grunbaum. Is John Cotting here? Moving on, Mario Juarez Osorio, followed by Heather Grunbaum, followed by Peyton Joy.
Hello, my name is Mario Juarez. I'm a student. I'm a senior at Montgomery High School. I'm involved in various clubs and choir and band. Closing these schools will have a significant impact in the community, not just at Montgomery. We build a lot of, we have a strong, we've been involved in a lot of stuff. We have we've been through a lot of stuff in our school throughout the school years. We've supported each other. We've made resources. Closing our school campuses, among other schools, can destroy the well-built families and programs that were established there over the years on every campus. Closing schools across districts will not only displace teachers and those who are employed on campuses. These are just the list that will also ruin a lot of things that have been established there. And I believe like you guys should do a well job that you guys should do a good job.
Thank you. Your
Yeah.
time is up. Next is Heather Grunbaum, followed by Peyton Joy, followed by Lori N.
Thank you, trustees, for your hard work and creative work. My name is Heather Shagnon Grunbaum. I am the proud parent of a 2024 Monty grad and a current sophomore. As you stated, Santa Rosa City Schools operate the only public high schools in the city, and it is up to you to honor our high schoolers and the fact that they are out of time. I would like to speak to the equity of the IB program, which is not transferable. Unlike AP, IB is not just for a select few honor students. Students who take IB courses get college credit regardless of if they receive a diploma. IB prepares students for the workforce, military service, and college. IB is applicable at the elementary, middle, and high school level. You say this is a new creative board. A 7 through 12 format works. This is the norm at countless schools. The format builds desperately needed community. The entire process is hard, but doing what is hard is often what is needed. Do the right thing, be creative, keep all high schools open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Peyton Joy, followed by Lori N, followed by Alan Javier.
Hello, I'm Peyton Joy. I'm a freshman here at Santa Rosa High. I would like to start by saying we've been told many things. One of those things is that we have a $20 million deficit. Where does that money go? Why don't we have it right now? Why are students being punished for your guys' mistakes? Another thing we've been told is that the board has to make a difficult decision. Why is it the board has to make a difficult decision? Why are we not thought of right now? We are going to be impacted by this. As students, our lives are going to change. You cannot say the board has to make a difficult decision without saying the result of that decision will hurt many people. Why? Why did we wait until now to have these conversations when we could have started in August? Why? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lori N, followed by Alan Javier, followed by Shanti Kavanaugh. And Lori, could you state your full name for the
Of
record?
course, Lori Norcia. My name is Lori Norcia. Hi, dear board. No one is saying to keep doing the same thing we've always done. Clearly, things need to change. We know this is a situation where you won't be able to make everyone happy, but I do think you can make thoughtful and prudent decisions that the entire community can get behind, but we have to have confidence in you. We have to have the confidence that you have eliminated conflicts of interest that jeopardize an equitable process, used clear data that support meeting your stated fiscal goals so that we aren't having this conversation next year, and that you are setting all of your decisions through the filter of, will this help our children and community heal and then thrive? Just to be clear, it's not community engagement if you have pre-made solutions. And it's not transparent, it's not a transparent process if you have an unstated agenda. Save Santa Rosa High School, save all high schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Alan Javier, followed by Shanti Kavanaugh, followed by Yoshalyn Orozco.
Hello, I'm a fifth grader at Albert F. Biela Elementary. I'm heartbroken that you want to close my school. I'll tell you a few reasons why my school should stay open. It is a safe place and the road in front is not busy. The teachers really care about their jobs and especially their students. There are so many after-school programs to do. I joined Bacon Club and got to bring some cheesecake home. We have an ADA-approved playground, and I get to code on Minecraft education every Tuesday. There's a multi-purpose room, which is used for a lot of things, like concerts, movie night, Nifty Kid, trimester awards, and more. We even have our own basketball team. We also have a garden that looks beautiful. We get to play instruments. We have some of the best special needs programs, and we have a library. My school deserves to stay open. Just because we don't have a lot of people attending doesn't mean my school should be closed. If the school closes, hundreds of students would never experience the same things I did. Like BL says, be safe, be respectful, be responsible. Biela.
Thank you. Next is Shanti Kavanaugh, followed by Yoshalyn Orozco, followed by Bree Mattel.
Thank you for hearing our community. My name is Shanti Kavanaugh. I'm a parent at Montgomery High School. I am here to support the children of our entire district. I beg of you, do not close schools. I want to and need to address the International Baccalaureate program because there's been a huge oversight around IB. The IB program, like the AP program, enables high school students to get college credit. This is amazing. 45% of juniors and seniors at Monty take at least one IB course. But the IB program is about more than personal achievement. It is about empowering students to create a better and more peaceful world. It invites kids to deepen their international and intercultural understanding. IB fosters the kind of critical thinking in students that goes beyond test taking and lasts as part of their core values. The IB culture at Montgomery did not develop overnight, and it is a precious community resource that we must protect. Next year, Montgomery is moving to an IB for all to make what hundreds of students already access even more accessible to every junior and eventually every senior English student. We're not talking about a portable program, but rather a mission rooted in the DNA of our school community.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Yoshalina Orozco, followed by Bree Mattel, followed by Mary Becerra.
Hello, I'm a student at LC Allen High School and I'm a freshman. As a freshman, I already have a lot of opportunities. Like I'm in the Sonoma State program and I'm already eligible to get a scholarship to enter a university of any choice. Closing LC and any other school for that matter would mean separating students with their friends, separating students with teachers and counselors that they trust. LC Allen is also the only school in South Santa Rosa, so people who live there would have to go and find transportation to other schools further away. Where would everybody go and how would they get there? Personally, I go on the bus, so everybody who would go on the bus would need to find a different way to travel. Personally, I think no school should close, but that's just my opinion.
Thank you. Next is Bree Mattel, followed by Mary Becerra, followed by Samantha Sharp.
My name is Bree Mattel. I'm a parent at Montgomery High School. It is a school where academics and athletics thrives. In all models, closing Montgomery will lead to a more segregated community. Is that really what you want to be known for? I see the board being faced with hard decisions, and I feel strongly that the administration is not listening. They are not from our communities, and they are not enrolling children in our schools. They have had multiple recommendations on how to cut costs from the Fiscal Stabilization Committee, but instead worked on ridiculous models that they did not share with you for months. They are not listening. There are more and more districts nationwide that are not choosing school closures, and they have lots of models on different ways that we can cut costs. 12 million is not a magic number. It is a changing target, and it really means nothing if we're already over budget 13 million in the first quarter. Please continue to fight for the district. Do not let them corner you into decisions you know will be bad for our community. Stand up against their manufactured crisis and choose to serve the students. Insist on a long-term plan and a vision that focuses on our students and an educational vision. We stand with you.
Thank you. Next is Mary Becerra, followed by Samantha Sharp, followed by Bo Brown.
I'm Mary Becerra. I'm the president of the Santa Rosa High School Foundation and an alumni from the class of 1974. The foundation was formed back in 1988. We have 19 board members and we manage 7.5 million in endowed funds. Last year, we gave 55 scholarships totaling $138,000 plus another $100,000 towards students and staff field trips and new sound system for the football field, just to name a few things. Santa Rosa High School is a CTE pathway. We have wood shop, metal shop, and auto shop. Those three shops, by the way, are funded by CTE funds. And also we have an endowment through the estate of Gary Rashi that upgraded those shops to a tune of $400,000 spent, plus.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Samantha Sharp, followed by Bo Brown, followed by Amy Salazar.
Thank you for your time. I would like to start by saying there's a very big difference when you're talking about moving programs between can move and whether it's realistic to move in the time frame that we have. There are many things like Montgomery's IB program, and more specifically, as I'm wearing my orange, all of our programs at Santa Rosa High School. Our Art Quest program cannot be moved. Those buildings cannot be moved. Our auto shop cannot be moved. Our farm is used by our students every single year. I would also just like to add that we found out today that Santa Rosa High School was voted the best public school by Bohemian Best of North Bay 2025. We just found that out today. You should not close the school that was voted their best public high school. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bo Brown, followed by Amy Salazar, followed by Adrian Cuevas. Is Bo Brown here? Is Amy Salazar here? Is Adrian Cuevas here?
Hello, my name is Adrian Cuevas. I am a freshman here at Santa Rosa High School. I stand before you today and urge you all to reconsider any plans to shut down any school here in Santa Rosa. This high school is a vital part of my life and to so many others. Education is a very vital part of all of our lives. And shutting down schools would only cause overcrowding, making an already challenging situation even worse. And also will cause more Black, Brown, and Indigenous kids to drop out due to lack of public transportation if low-income students have to transfer across town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Chanel Gillian, followed by Daniela Vargas Medina, followed by Alexa Guerrero.
Hola, buenas tardes o buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Daniela Medina, una estudiante cansada de la corrupción y las injusticias discriminatorias que se viven día a día, de diferentes maneras. Así que para este punto les seré lo más sincera posible. ¿Saben? Me he dado cuenta que lamentablemente al gobierno y a la mesa directiva solo les importa su economía, ya que con su comportamiento dan a saber que no les importa en absoluto su comunidad ni sus estudiantes, ya que no se dan cuenta que solamente no les importa que al cerrar algunas primarias, secundarias y preparatorias afectarán significativamente a sus futuros doctores, abogados, policías, contadores, que llegarán a ser todos los grandes y pequeños estudiantes que sueñan grande y tienen anhelos de crear un mejor país para su futuro de ellos y del Estado, que también contribuirán a la comunidad futura, como contribuyen actualmente también los cocineros, limpiadores de lugares, los pescadores del campo, podadores y muchos trabajadores más que contribuyen a la economía de los Estados Unidos. Pero en este país, inmigrantes, a las personas que también sostienen la economía de los
Sorry, your
Estados
time is
Unidos.
up.
She has someone that's gonna translate for her.
Okay. Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Daniela, a student tired of corporation and discriminatory injustice that are experienced every day in different ways. So for this point, I will be as honest as possible. I have realized the unfortunately that the school board of directors are only care about their economy, since by their behavior, they make it known that they do not care about all their community or their students. Closing some of the primary, middle and high schools will significantly affect our future doctors, lawyers, police officers, accountants, students who dream big and who have desired to create a better country for their future students, who will also contribute to the future economy as cooks, homes, cleaners, field pickers, and many other jobs. People who are called immigrants contribute greatly. They support the economy, but unfortunately, there is a bigger problem of discrimination in the United States. If it were not for the pickers.
Thank you. Your time is up. Was Chanel Gillian not here? Chanel? Okay, so next is Alexa Guerrero, followed by Megan King, followed by Joel Grogan. Thank you. Your time is up.
Hello, my name is Alexa Guerrero. Growing up, I faced discrimination because of my speech and my movements. Yet at Santa Rosa Middle School, I truly felt welcomed. The teachers and staff saw beyond my disabilities, embracing me for who I was. Their support made a lasting impact, so much so that I continue to visit my favorite teacher and return every year to present to the leadership class about self-advocacy. Santa Rosa Middle School isn't just a school. It's a cornerstone of our diverse community, a place that opens its doors to every child regardless of their background. Losing it would mean losing a space where students like I once was find acceptance, support, and the opportunity to thrive. I urge you to keep Santa Rosa Middle School open.
Thank you. Next is Megan King, followed by Joel Grogan, followed by Christina Gravel.
Hi, I'm Megan King, and I have been a teacher at Slater Middle School for 13 years, my entire career. Tonight, I stand before you to insist that you pause. A plan that is hatched in crisis is no way to lead. How did we get here? A process that was supposed to be data-driven has disintegrated into an emotional mess where the loudest voices are being heard. And of course, the 7 through 12 model has gained fast momentum. There are far more high school stakeholders in our community than middle school. And meanwhile, we feel like we're being tossed aside. Merging middle school students onto high school campuses is not just a bad idea, it's a logistical and developmental disaster waiting to happen. Middle schoolers and high schoolers operate on completely different schedules, have vastly different academic and social needs, and require environments tailored to their unique stages of growth. How would this work? Conflicting bell schedules? Are we gonna have 2 bell schedules? Shared facilities? Will 11-year-olds really be expected to share locker rooms with 18-years-olds? With portables? Middle schoolers deserve real classrooms and not makeshift learning spaces crammed into high school campuses. Middle schoolers are still developing
Thank you.
emotionally.
Your time is up. Next is Joel Grogan, followed by Christina Gravel, followed by Florentino Garcia.
Good evening. I'm going to ask all the elementary and middle school families and students to please stand up. All of you. This board has a legal and ethical duty to consider the needs of both elementary and secondary students in its decision-making. Any plan to save all high schools at the expense of our TK to 8 students is irresponsible and unfair. The town halls and public survey results were clear. Elementary and middle school families are not in favor of the 7 to 12. Students displaced from closed schools at all levels should go to their next closest, higher performing school. And lastly, if closing 3 elementaries is necessary, capacity can be found by reallocation of space, moving portables, or delaying closure of 1 school for an additional year. Please don't sacrifice our youngest students, the future of our districts. Just say no to super elementaries.
Thank you. Next is Christina Gravel, followed by Florentino Garcia, followed by Jessica Moran.
I'm from Ridgeway High School. Per Ed Code, we provide a unique program that meets the educational needs and intensive guidance services for at-risk students. We have an extended period, CTE, and unique bell schedule. We are on the quarter, not semester system, and taking new students as kids graduate. Our kids know when they sign the contract upon registration, this is their last chance at getting a diploma. They are eager to turn the page, start anew, and engage in their education, most for the first time. Their students experience a beautiful, safe campus, wraparound services, and staff who connect with and motivate them. According to the Youth Truth Survey, 75% of Ridgeway kids feel they have the support and attention they need to succeed, compared with 23% on the big campuses. We are
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Florentino Garcia, followed by Jessica Moran, followed by Adrienne Glatt.
Good evening. My name is Florentino Garcia. I've been a teacher for since 2001 in the district, and I was going to say something first, but as I'm sitting here listening, there was a discussion about creating an alternative school, but there's so much alternative in Santa Rosa already. I don't think you need to pursue that. I'm saying that because I do work at Ridgeway, and some of the discussion has been to move us onto a campus. And I think that's a big problem for our students, because by choice, they are coming to our school rejecting the larger campuses. They need this. And if you put us on a larger campus, you are creating more failure and more dropout, and that's the whole purpose we exist. Our separate campus creates that safe environment. If you look at our numbers, if you look at our suspensions, you can see that we have our kids in check and they want to be there. I asked my kids today, why did you choose to leave your school? Why did you choose to come to Ridgeway? And they said, we feel safer there because it's smaller. And we have a large population of students who do not do well in large schools. They need something smaller.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Jessica Moran, followed by Adrienne Glatt, followed by Ginger Susher.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessica Moran. I am a health and science teacher at Montgomery High School. Today, instead of listing all of the reasons why you shouldn't close our school, I'd like to share my story just to highlight how important and special all of our schools are. I moved here from Mexico at the age of 6. I attended Steel Lane Elementary, where I learned to speak English, Comstock Middle, and Pioneer High, where I had the most amazing biology teacher. Shout out Miss Barcelon. Elsie Allen is where I did my student teaching, and Montgomery High School is where I continue to flourish and grow as a teacher. I wanted to teach in the district that helped shape who I am today. I know that some of you on the board probably share my story. That's why you're here today. Our district continues to shape lives, and I'm only one of many. These students are our future. Closing our schools will hinder their future, our community's future. Let's open doors for them. Let's inspire them. But let's not punish them for something they did not do. Please think outside the box. Find another solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Adrienne Glatt, followed by Ginger Susher, followed by somebody wrote everyone's mother. If you want to come forward when it's turn and say your actual name. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. My name's Adrienne Glatt. I'm a teacher at Santa Rosa High School, and I've been here since 2008. I don't want to repeat a bunch of stuff that other people have said about Santa Rosa High School, except to remind you guys that it's, 43 acres, a very large campus. And, in the 2017 fires, we were an anchor for the city. We facilitated all kinds of stuff to help support the community. And I feel like I'm seeing that right here with everybody coming together, supporting all schools in this fiscal crisis. And so I think the question that I really have to ask is, in terms of downsizing or right sizing, I would really like to know what we're downsizing and right sizing out of the district office, because it's been said that the district office keeps growing, but we are shrinking. So if there are 25% cuts from schools, why not?
Your time is up. Next is Ginger Susher, followed by everyone's mother, followed by Nicole Guest.
I'm here on behalf of all the mothers who cannot be here.
from all the schools in city of Santa Rosa. My name is Elizabeth Castillo. I'm here representing those who feel defeated and unheard despite them going and giving everything they have to keep up with all these meetings and protests. I am here as everyone's mother to say, shame on you. For making our students look at each other as competitors rather than fellow students trying to make it in this great big world. If you know anything about Maslow's hierarchy, kids need to have physiological needs to build their life's foundation. Our kids spend 8 to 10 hours a day at school. The second foundation in the Maslow's hierarchy is safety and security. For some, they
Thank
do not
you.
have their
Your time is up. Thank you. Is Ginger not here? You're Ginger? Okay. So Ginger Successor, followed by Nicole Guest, followed by Wendy Avila.
Hi, my name is Ginger Sussner. I am a parent of 3 teenagers, and I want to talk about responsibility. Responsibility means doing the right thing even when it is the hard thing to do. Demanding answers before making terrible decisions is the right thing to do. Keeping all high schools open might be hard, but it is the right thing to do. In case you are unfamiliar with this sign, this is a photo of the actual sign currently hanging from the fence at Montgomery. Now under construction, a new $27 million STEM building. There are to be 17 classrooms, including science labs, an art gallery, and all gender restrooms, creating a place of inspiration, safety, and inclusion. And we are supposed to accept that the district will simply take this well-documented source of inspiration away from our
Thank you.
children.
Your time is up. Next is Nicole Guest, followed by Wendy Avila, followed by Danielle Kane.
Hello, my name is Nicole Guest, and I'm a counselor at LC Allen. First, thank you, board members, for requesting the information that you need to make hard decisions regarding school closures. While the scenarios continue to morph and change shape, I stand before you to continue advocating for keeping all high schools open. It is possible to pilot the 7-12 model to bring feeder middle schools back to high schools, especially LC Allen, who lost their feeder school with the creation of CCLA. My main message is keeping all high schools can be open. Please continue to think outside of the original 3-1-1 model, which does not seem to be meeting the targeted $12-ish million in cuts. Look at different continuation high school models, possibly bringing this service back to their home high school campuses. Keep asking the questions that you're asking. Keep requesting the information you need from the district staff. It is possible to keep all high schools open.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Wendy Avila, followed by Danielle Kane, followed by Sandra Macias.
Hello, board members. I am here once again like I was last week. My name is Wendy Avila. I am mother to 2 kids with special needs. And once again, we don't have any answers for where my special needs program is going. What is going to happen? It's a scary prospect because we just found Biella. Please don't close Biella. Why is that one campus one that you're willing to close when some of the other elementary schools look like prisons? And our special education community is relegated to the back instead of being part of our community. Biella is one of the only places my kids have felt special. They feel like they're part of the community. They are really included, and that's something that every parent wants. And I'm really begging you to find another school to close if that's what you need to do, or really just keep looking through and help our special education and our kids that have special needs, help them to thrive in a place that actually loves them.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Danielle Kane, followed by Sandra Macias, followed by
Daniel Hughes.
Hi, my name is Danielle Kane. I'm in my 8th year of teaching Art Quest Theater Arts, and by the way, my 25th year teaching in the theater department at Sonoma State University, and we've all seen what happened there with closures. Arts is about bringing people together. I'm very disappointed about how this process has pitted students and schools against each other. It is absolutely not what should be happening, and it is not about the arts. Our Santa Rosa High School students have already spoken eloquently about the amazing CTE programs at Santa Rosa High School, including Art Quest, so I'm not going to talk about that. I want to talk about the arts. The arts teach team building, looking at things from different perspectives, developing empathy, learning about other people and cultures. We learn creative problem solving and how to make bold choices and how to commit to them, how to lead by listening. These are skills that our students will need for any career they decide to pursue. The young artists in our district are the storytellers of our future. And by the way, they're going to tell the story of tonight.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next is Sandra Macias, followed by Daniel Hughes, followed by Maradi Newman.
Tonight, I want to focus attention on our kids with special needs. As a mom of two with special needs students at Biela Elementary, I am worried about the possible closure of our school. This is not a subtle change for our kids. As most know, transitions are difficult for our kids with special needs. Putting them into a new school will take them months to adjust, and this will not only affect them, but everyone around them. My daughters have seen tremendous growth since attending Biela, and I want that growth to continue. Please reconsider and keep Biela Elementary open. And I want to ask you, what are you going to do to protect the rights of our kids with disabilities and special needs? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Daniel Hughes, followed by Maradi Newman, followed by Donna Doyle.
There's a famous quote once said by Maya Angelou. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. Please don't make the students feel that you didn't pay enough attention to them to make them succeed. As you can tell, everybody gets nervous up here speaking. I'm a dad of 3 that are at Biela, and I just hope for their growth. I grew up in this community. Sonoma County has been amazing, but there's no need for them not to have a chance that we've had. You know, give everybody an opportunity to rise, and that's all we can ask for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maradi Newman, followed by Donna Doyle, followed by Ann Donegan.
Hi, my name's Meredith Noonan. I'll make it short because I'm 4th generation. My first Noonan graduating was 1880. My grandfather is 1923, my dad 1949, my mom 1950, and me, I was 1976. And I was very lucky to be one of the first girls when Title IX came out to go on the Santa Rosa High School swim team, boys team. That's why you can't close Santa Rosa High. It's so much history and so much that our family and everybody else brings to this community. We really want Santa Rosa High to stay open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Donna Doyle, followed by Ann Donegan, followed by Jeff Skull.
Hello, my name is Donna Doyle. I'm a founding board member of the Santa Rosa High School Foundation. Money matters, and that's why I think it's important for the board to understand that Santa Rosa High School, in many ways, is saving the district money. The money that this foundation garners for students at Santa Rosa High is used for a variety of purposes, which relieves the district of many financial responsibilities. Currently, the Santa Rosa High School Foundation has $7.5 million and grows substantially each year. The foundation is robust and our alumni support is strong. Our financial support includes field trips, student supplies, teacher supplies, classroom equipment, and beautifying the school buildings and grounds. The foundation has a scholarship program that supports students and their goals, whether to a college or a trade school. Last year, 55 Santa Rosa seniors received.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Ann Donegan, followed by Jeff Skull, followed by Emma Thompson.
Thank you so much. I want to say that I appreciate your transparency tonight, but I also think it's problematic that you all admitted that you don't have a strategic plan to go forward with these school closures. It is completely irresponsible to close any school until you have a real plan. Please put together a group of experts, right? Sociologists, psychologists, people who are experts in special needs. What's the impact on the economic vitality of our community? Until you do that, please do not close any school. Hit the pause button and do the right thing. Please, please, everything should be on the table, including the number of administrators and their salaries. Someone just commented on Sonoma State. That was part.
Your time is up. Thank you. Next is Jeff Skull, followed by Emma Thompson, followed by Joshua Morgan.
You are surrounded by schools to the north and south of you that have visions. Rohnert Park and Windsor combined to have over 500 interdistrict transfers. You have no vision. You are scrambling to save your political futures. If your vision will include the portraits of a graduate, your actions will destroy that vision. The three of you last Friday that changed your votes on the 311 to close Santa Rosa High School should stand up right now and be accountable. Mark, I'm looking at you. Sarah. I don't know who the other one is. Voting to close a high school removes the vote of at least one board member and makes that vote inequitable. I'm also here to express my concern.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Emma Thompson, followed by Joshua Morgan, followed by Liliana Santiago.
Hello, I would like to ask the district office to please provide support to the board and give them accurate and correct data that they have asked for and that they will ask for when making this decision. We need to remember that we are here to educate students, to help the next generation grow to be productive citizens, and schools are where that happens. To the board, please do not let the DO bully you into making a hasty decision. We have time and resources so that you may weigh all of your options. May we remember that we are here for students and not for budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joshua Morgan, followed by Liliana Santiago, followed by Scott Green.
Thank you for the time. Look around you. This is community. We should be proud of ourselves. The board had to move its meeting to a larger venue. Change sucks. Change is inevitable. Elections have consequences. The outrage and fear experienced by all is unifying. Let's keep the pressure on the board by continuing to show up. If they are unable to come up with an acceptable solution, we vote them out. A strong and engaged community can manage this bureaucracy, which means we manage our tax dollars. Once a solution is achieved, we need to keep showing up. Let's remain engaged, united, and powerful.
Thank you. Next is Liliana Santiago, followed by Scott Green, followed by Christine Williams.
Good evening. I'm mother of two beautiful kids, one in Santa Rosa High School, art class student, and one at Albert Biela. So I'm here, since we have a lot of representation for high school, I'm gonna advocate for Biela tonight. Closing Albert Biela would be cruel and a short-sighted decision. I urge you to consider to keep this vital school open. The harm caused by closing Albert Biela would be particularly harmful to special need children. My son is one of them. who often thrive on routine and familiarity. Biela serves a significant number of special needs children, and closing it would be a devastating blow to this family and those students. Please find alternative placement. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Finding alternative placement for these students will be challenging, and many would like end up in schools that are not well equipped.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next is Scott Green, followed by Christine Williams, followed by Jennifer Grave.
Can I go? Hello, my name is Scott Green and I am a junior at Santa Rosa High. And I would like to say that I don't want any high school to close. I have spent my entire life rebuilding what has been broken. In 4th grade, my high school was burnt and I lost everything. I was homeless for 3 years and I wasn't able to rebuild my entire life because of the pandemic. My middle school career was ruined, and my life and many others in this room probably also has been ruined time and time again, and I was unable to rebuild it. My dad passed away last month, and yet instead of spending time with my grieving family, I am standing here, scared that everything I've rebuilt will be torn away from me yet again. I beg you, please keep all the high schools open. I have built a community here at Santa Rosa High School and I'm not ready to lose it. Please keep Santa Rosa open.
Thank you. Next is Christine Williams, followed by Jennifer Grave, followed by Irene Gilcrease.
Hi, my name is Christine Williams, and I'm here speaking on behalf of families and students from all these schools to say that we are disgusted and exhausted at the way you continue to pit schools against schools and students against students. Tonight, I read your message on Parent Square stating that you wish to collaborate and ask us to demonstrate unity. But like when the superintendent denied it with censorship when you shut down the ArtQuest Ball Show, your actions speak louder than words. All the talk has been about how much money you'll save, but I've heard nothing about how you plan to support these kids' mental health and the families during this painful transition while they are feeling lost and abandoned. So far, it's all about the money for this board, and you have demonstrated that you care nothing for the welfare of these kids. The citizens of this district should be reading in the Press Democrat more about how you plan on serving these students than about how many millions of dollars you'll save. You should be ashamed of yourself. And if you think it's funny, you need to stop smiling.
Thank you. Next is Jennifer Grave, followed by Irene Gilcrease, followed by Holly Retzinger.
It's Jennifer Grau, I'm a resident of District 5. My dad was a carpenter, and there's an adage in that trade: measure twice, cut once. The district, the architects, if you will, have asked for a 3-bed, 1-bath, 1-car garage house, but have provided no clear blueprint of what it will look like. That is your job, is laid out in AB Assembly Bill 1912. A district, quoting, shall do all of the following before approving the closure of a school, and share at minimum the following: plan for use of the schools once vacated, criteria used to assign displaced pupils, options and timeline for transitioning, including home to school transportation needs. None of this information has been shared to facilitate community buy-in, which makes this process more difficult than it already is for this board to do the work without a clear vision. The district tasked the closure committee to cut lumber using measuring tape with incomplete and missing data. The assumption that Montgomery's IB program could be simply moved, not having a clear picture of what families might do should their schools close. Data a simple survey could provide. But the committee did its best and have left piles of
Thank you.
lumber.
Your time is up. Next is Irene Gilcrease, followed by Holly Retzinger, followed by Leah Murphy.
Hi, I'm an elementary music teacher. I teach at 5 schools. I serve over 300 students. And I see firsthand the impact of large class sizes on these students in each school. Students in larger classes feel more overstimulated and they are more chaotic. And the students with the most need tend to be more easily lost in the shuffle. So I want us to keep in mind when we consolidate elementary schools, we are inevitably creating the conditions where less learning will happen. And so how are we going to mitigate this catastrophe? How will the district prioritize reading specialists, Prop 28 funding, and other programs to increase the amount of small group time by significant amounts each day? We got to strategize now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Holly Retzinger, followed by Leah Murphy, followed by Erica Lipanovich.
Hi, my name is Holly Retzinger. I'm a Pioneer teacher and proud mom of a Slater 7th grader. You cannot understand what a special and supportive community Slater is until you become a part of it. However, I'm here to advocate for all our middle schools. The 7th through 12th grade model is a deeply flawed plan. A high school campus is not the place to foster the specific social, emotional, academic, and developmental needs that our 11 through 14-year-old children need. Our middle school children need to be sheltered, supported, and nurtured in a way that can't happen if they are surrounded by older teens and young adults, and especially if they are forced into crowded facilities that are haphazardly created in less than 4 months. I'm deeply concerned about what would happen to our athletics electives and extracurricular programs at the middle school level if we pursue this model. I see I'm about to be cut off. So please, if you must close 2 secondary schools, use your original criteria and select a middle and high school. Do not move middle schools onto high school campuses. Do not close the feeder middle.
Next is Leah Murphy, followed by Erica Lipanovich, followed by Minona Heveland.
Hi, my name is Leah Murphy. I'm a parent of a child in 1st and 4th grade at Cesar Chavez Language Academy, and my husband teaches at Santa Rosa High. My first comment is about the budget, $20 million deficit. That's a lot to cut. What hasn't been clear for quite some time is how the district office and the admin will cut. Can we please have a detailed, transparent report shared on district spending budgets, restricted and unrestricted funding, including details of the line item costs of the proposed new district office building, and a serious proposal of what will be cut from the district office to close the deficit. This will add greatly to transparency. And then second, just a comment about this 7 to 12 model. As a parent, I have many concerns. I am a parent of kids at CCLA that have merged with Cook. It hasn't been easy. It's worked well, but it's been challenging. And so I would just seriously consider what that's going to look like, facilities, all those things before you make
Thank you.
that
Your time
decision.
is up. Next is Erica Lipanovich, followed by Minona Heveland, followed by Mitch Uxie.
Hello, Erica Lipanovich. I'm here to push back on the narrative that the state takeover is imminent, because according to Assembly Bill 1200, when districts are in financial peril, local county offices of education, not the state, are brought in to review district budgets. So as long as we're working with Sonoma County Office of Education and our finances improve, which they will, we will avoid a state takeover. Before it gets there though, board, you need to demand that the district follow Rankin Valley's lead and put forth deeper cuts for you to vote on. So we need money. I suggest closing the proposed 3 elementary schools and close or phase a middle school, then take a step back. And if needed, work with SCO, come up with a 2-year plan to phase in your vision for our district. I'm putting a plug, 7 through 12. We have time. The state is not pounding on our doors yet. You're on the right track. Please do not let the district force you into this hurried timeline and derail your vision for our school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Minona Heveland, followed by Mitch Utsey, followed by Tanya Hoffman.
Hello, I want to reiterate what Erica just said. I'm dismayed that the district business services has not presented any scenarios that balance revenues and expenses to continue educational services to all students. The board is being asked to make a decision to close 20% of schools without understanding where those students will go or how specialized programs will be continued. The district staff are using the threat of a state takeover to rush through a school closure process without a reasonable plan for how to continue educational services and programs. If there is not a balanced budget, the Sonoma County Office of Education will come and audit the accounting and make suggestions for cuts. This may be uncomfortable for the administrators whose work will be scrutinized, but it isn't the end of the world. Nor does it definitely lead to closures or discontinuation of programs. I would encourage you as the board and trustees of all of these students and community members to not close any schools.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Mitch Utsey, followed by Tanya Hoffman, followed by Tina Javier.
Howdy, I'm Mitch Utsey. I'm the auto shop teacher here. I graduated from Richfield High School in Waco, Texas in 1983. I was the last graduating class. We had a wood shop, we had a machine shop, we had a welding program, we had electronics, we had a planetarium. None of those things are portable. I teach at Santa Rosa High School. We have a wood shop. We have a fabrication shop, including CNC equipment, welding, fabrication. We've got a computer-aided drafting program. We've got a construction program. We've got Art Quest. None of these things are portable. Now, as to being the last graduating class at Richfield High School, it is a lonely feeling whenever you're left out in the cold and there is nobody coming after you. And my back still hurts for that knife sticking in. We don't need to do that to our kids. Been there, done that. Let's not repeat it. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Next is Tanya Hoffman, followed by Tina Javier, followed by Julie Bernard.
Good evening, Tanya Hoffman, Proctor Terrace parent. I just want to let you know, I never come to these meetings before until the school closure thing. So I did a lot of the school closure advisory committee meetings, and I thought they did a really great job and provided a beautiful report and a nice package with some good suggestions, so much thought. They even really wanted to work so hard in creating alternative options without the 311 and witnessing, being told by the consultants and Lisa August that really their position was to only pick 311. And to actually witness the frustration of you guys receiving the report and then being told that the closure of 3 elementary schools is not actually possible after they've been doing all of this since August, to me represents a little bit of some ineptitude of whatever is going on with the district and being able to communicate with you guys what is going on and the challenges. So
Thank
just
you.
that
Your
level
time
of
is up.
ineptitude needs to be looked.
Next is Tina Javier, followed by Julie Bernard, followed by Joe Reynolds.
Hello, I hope my email found you all well. Today I'm here for Albert F. Biella. Albert F. Biella must stay open. It is in a safe location and offers diverse programs, as Alan has shared earlier. An ADA-approved playground and a strong special education department, providing a place where students thrive and are prepared for the future. Biella is more than just a cute school. It has the tools to help each student succeed, offering opportunities that nearby schools can't. If these programs are lost, we may need to seek a district that can value us. Rebuild trust by making cuts evenly across the district, not just at the school level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Julie Bernard, followed by Joe Reynolds, followed by John Beckdahl.
Hi, my name is Julie Bernard, and I have 2 children at Biella Elementary School. It is a great campus. You should consider closing a different one, say Monroe or Helen Lehman or any other one. We have a really nice program. We have great teachers. I brought my kids there at TK. These are my second set of kids that I adopted. The first set graduated. They're 30 years old, and I want my children to go to the school in my neighborhood where it's safer. Monroe is unsafe to the drop off is crazy there. Helen Lehman just doesn't add up. We have a new, we have our basketball team. We just bought, uniforms for, and I'd like to see them continue their music programs. We just got our ADA compliant playground in, and it just now, I've been waiting 6 years for that, but now I have to leave that school. My kids have to go. We are breaking up communities. And Art Quest, as far as Santa Rosa High, you should keep Santa Rosa High. The diversity with Santa Rosa High is amazing. My niece graduated from there and my 2 stepsons. And I don't agree with the 7 through 12.
Thank you. Next is Joe Reynolds, followed by John Beckdahl, followed by Christopher Young.
Hi, I'm Joe Reynolds. I am a CTE teacher here at Santa Rosa High School. I teach woodshop, 3D CAD, and manufacturing. We're the last manufacturing class in the whole county. It is obviously not movable. We have CNC machines. We have plasma cutters. We have an amazing amount of rad materials, and they just can't be moved. You were saying that you You don't think that our students are being trained for the jobs of the future. Well, that's exactly what I'm doing. The future of this country is in manufacturing. I'm teaching kids how to make a 3D model and then build it out of real materials. I'm teaching them cutting edge processes that will get them real jobs in the community, so they will not be dredges to the society. They will build this community up and become pillars of this community, not the other way around. So please don't close Santa Rosa High School.
Thank you. Next is John Bechtel, followed by Christopher Young, followed by Nathan Good.
Hi, I'm John Bechtel. I'm on the board of the Montgomery High School Alumni Foundation. And you have heard from across the district that closing high schools is a terrible idea. Don't you want to know why the worst solution is on the table in the first place? Why are we debating the versions of the worst solution? Why are we not debating tonight the best solutions with the high schools open to save enough money to preserve the character of the elementary school experience? Why are we not debating the best solutions with the high schools open to make our schools the best there are? When will we talk about vision and creativity? Talk about innovation and methodology? Let's begin that better conversation.
Thank you. Next is Christopher Young, followed by Nathan Good, followed by Lucrezia Ricciardulli.
Hello, my name is Christopher Young, and my son Sawyer goes to Biella. He has Down syndrome. That being said, Jeremy, you brought up a statement saying that you were just going to close the school anyways. So that being said, with all of that, what's the planning on for any of the kids that have Down syndrome or any special needs? I've heard nothing. I've heard closure of other special needs schools or programs that are in this, but I've heard nothing about anything else. Other than that, where's all the money? You have a school being built that is just going to be sitting there. You have a faculty area that's just going to go for $61 million. But yet we're told that there's a deficit of $30 million. Where is it? You have the ability to shut down these projects, even though it's said that you don't. You have the ability to. But you know what? I'm going to go with what Sarah said. You went ahead and you said, it's not your job.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Nathan Good, followed by Lucrezia Ricciardulli, followed by Daniela Villaseñor.
Good evening. Do the least harm to the least amount of people, you claim. Implementing the super elementary school by sending 800 K-6 kids there, ripping the small school from them, would psychologically harm them. Our kids would face trauma from the obliteration of their small neighborhood school where they receive individual attention. Depression and overcrowded rooms wait at this super elementary. The kicker is that you displaced 400 happy Santa Rosa middle schoolers, so you could say, see, we made a super elementary. Closing 3 elementaries, each of which costs less than half of what one high school costs to operate, saves the district virtually no money. Santa Rosa City Schools would pay to operate a super school where Santa Rosa Middle stands, defeating the only reason for closing Santa Rosa Middle. I am a parent of Proctor Terrace Tigers, the 6th grader who would attend Santa Rosa Middle and a 4th grader who attends Proctor Terrace. Transferring my youngest out of the district if the super elementary happens is
Your
no.
time is up. Next is Lucrezia Ricciardulli, followed by Daniela Villaseñor, followed by Kimberly Linley Cis Reyes.
Hello, I'm Lucrezia Ricciardulli, mom of one in Montgomery and another one who graduated. And I think I can summarize the point that everybody's trying to make is you are rushing through a very important decision and it is irreversible. You cannot rush it. And especially if there is no threat of a state takeover very imminent. So I really beg you not to do this. Not to close any school, but the high school are even more important because they have a finish line and you're taking away the finish line without a clear direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Daniela Villaseñor, followed by Kimberly Linley Cis Reyes, followed by Paloma Ramirez.
Hello, I am Daniela Villaseñor, and I am a senior from Montgomery High School.
I am in choir and theater, and I hope I could speak for a lot of my performing art community members that we are giving so many opportunities that we are not guaranteed to have in our lifetime. And even though I am soon to graduate, I acknowledge the fear and uncertainty that my friends and my other classmates are feeling right now. We want to achieve our dreams in the place we started dreaming. And this applies to every program, sports programs, choir programs, dance programs. And regardless of what the decision is, I hope you acknowledge that you're going to force kids to envision their dreams differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kimberly Linley Reyes, followed by Paloma Ramirez, followed by Kai Platt Kai.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly and I'm an 8th grade student at Herbert Slater Middle School. First, Slater Middle is a school designed for students in a critical stage of their education. The transition between elementary and high school, the environment at Slater is designed to support our needs as middle schoolers. Activities are tailored to us, positively impacting our learning and growth. Moving us to a high school campus will not provide us an age-appropriate environment. High school is meant for older students, and we will be out of place in that setting. We will also lose all the opportunities for the kinds of programs and extracurricular activities that are designed for middle school students. At Slater, we have clubs, sport team, and special events that focus on the interests and needs of students our age. If our campus is moved to a high school campus, many of these programs will be lost or mixed, or worse, mixed with high schoolers. People who are potentially 6 years older than some of the 7th graders. It's also crucial to consider the safety aspect. Middle school students like us are at the different stage of emotional and
Thank
cultural
you. Your
development.
time is up. Next is Paloma Ramirez, followed by Kai Platt Kai, followed by Catherine Rideout.
Hello, my name is Paloma Ramirez. Slater Middle School is a magnificent place with wonderful staff, teachers, and students. The Slater teachers and staff work so hard to make it a place where students can feel welcomed. To me, Slater is a second home. It is a place where I can cry, laugh, or do both and still get the support I need. The teachers work incredibly hard to make sure we are educated, not just during school, but outside of it too, whether it is knowing our rights or how to play basketball. They also ensure that we have delicious food, a clean and safe campus, and a place to go if we need support or help. Not only does Slater have great faculty and staff, but it has an amazing and diverse range of classes for all levels of learning. From your everyday classes such as English and math to awesome electives such as industrial tech, ethnic studies, drama, and so much more. There are so many other things that I would like to say, but what I really hope is that the board takes all of these factors into consideration and put the students at all schools first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kai Platt Kai, followed by Catherine Rideout, followed by Leslie Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Kai Platt, and I'm part of the manufacturing class and baseball team here at Santa Rosa High School. The first thing that I wanted to inform you all about was our manufacturing class here at Santa Rosa High School. I know that some of you think manufacturing is a waste and takes up too much money, but I'm here to tell you that it would be an absolute travesty to lose this program and the school. In one semester, I have learned how to arc weld, oxyacetylene weld, and proper shop safety, and loads more. One of the greatest benefits of the manufacturing class is that it is open to all individuals and opens up so many more opportunities outside of school, such as internships, stainless steel welders, and rig welders, to name a few. I didn't even know what those were 5 months ago, and now I'm considering it as a career. How many classes can you really motivate, and steer a kid like that? Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Rideout, followed by Leslie Gonzalez, followed by Logan Caper.
Hi, my name is Catherine Rideout. I'm a parent of 2 kids at Hidden Valley Elementary and 2 more that will be in the district. This process has actually brought some bright spots, like having us consider special programs to draw on students and the 7 to 12 model, which is actually evidence-based better for kids if implemented the right way. But I am asking the board, let's slow our roll just a little bit. And the reason I ask that is I think the August deadline has led to some fear mongering regarding state takeover and using erroneous data to make decisions. If you review Assembly Bill 1200, which is what guides district budgets and the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistant Team Oversight Guide, the next many steps after a qualified budget include a vote chosen by the board and then county funded budget review committee, which is experts to help with these decisions and help you balance your budget. Loans from the state that are up to 200, I think it's 200 times your current.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Leslie Gonzalez, followed by Logan Caper, followed by Lena Malire. Is Leslie Gonzalez here? Logan Caper?
Good evening. I'm Logan Caper, a science teacher at Slater Middle. Merging our middle schools with our high schools is not the magic bullet that some of our louder voices claim it will be. It is painful to fathom the thought of losing one of our high schools, but please do not close our middle schools. The turnaround to merge our middle schools would leave our middle schoolers lacking the facilities they need for the education they are legally owed. Will our 7th and 8th graders have their own science labs, have their own music room, eating space, locker rooms? Will portable rooms installed in a slapdash fashion over a single summer help us keep our middle school families? And how long will it be until we actually have the budget to give our middle schoolers the education they deserve by building them their own homes on our high school campuses? I look around my own school and I see my kids. I see kids. I ask my students if they want to graduate from elementary school directly to middle school. And even my big, tough 8th graders tell me they would have been terrified.
Thank you.
My name is Lena Moline and I am a sophomore in Art Quest Theater at Santa Rosa High. I implore you not to consider closing any schools, but because you have forced us against each other, I will just have to speak on Santa Rosa. You have already heard many students talk about Art Quest, so forgive me if it sounds gratuitous, but it seems that despite our passion being spoon-fed to you, simply do not swallow it, and that needs to stop now. You have to understand that Art Quest is not movable. Our separate Art Quest campus is vast and is complete with a black box theater, a dark room, a studio for film students, to name a few. Art Quest is supremely important to us and brings in the most inter-district transfers, and it does for a reason. There is no other program like it. Art Quest allows students not only to have a creative outlet, but also to learn serious professional skills for the art subject that they are pursuing. You have got to get money off of your minds and instead consider the emotional weight that this situation carries. I know I speak for many of us when I say that if Art Quest didn't exist, I would likely be depressed. If Santa Rosa High School dies, Art Quest dies, and we will not let that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brent Stewart, followed by Madonna Feather, followed by Shayna Kirk. And I do want to let everyone know we have less than 15 minutes left, so we might not get through everyone. It's possible that we will. Is Brent Stewart here?
Yeah, hi, my name is Brent Stewart. I just want to say, I don't really have anything prepared. If you're shedding 20% of the schools, we're already way more than 20% of the district that needs to be shut down financially. They're already bloated. That money needs to be cut from there. In terms of which high school to shut down, I'm a Montgomery parent. Don't shut down Montgomery. Don't shut down Santa Rosa, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Madonna Feather. Is Madonna here? Okay, the next is Shayna Kirk, followed by Rebecca Samet, followed by Jessica Mullen.
Hi there. I'm hoping to call attention to something that's not sitting quite right with me. So if the board does not have it, it's ethically appropriate to have black and white proof that school closures are the one and only thing to save the district from state takeover now. I have tremendous respect for Lisa and the district staff that are working diligently on this matter, but please show documentation from the fiscal crisis management team proving that we're truly in pre-receivership, the distress, or crisis, and to necessitate this decision under such a tight deadline. If this is a proactive measure, the time for proactive action would have been 1 to 2 years ago. If we have time, anytime, it makes sense to plan more strategically and not put on already stressed community and new board members through such an important decision-making process at light speed now and potentially fumble so terribly with so much at stake. They say time is a gift. Whatever happens, myself and many others will be there to support the process, perhaps begrudgingly
Thank
so.
you. Your
But the
time is up. Next is Rebecca Samet, followed by Jessica Mullen, followed by Daryl Ottolini.
Hello. We need you to be on our side. We need you to advocate to help fill the gap, to make sure that all of our students and all of our schools stay open. Give us the chance to figure out a way to keep our schools open. There has got to be, between fundraising, philanthropic ventures, whatever, we can figure this out. But closing our schools so close, just so rapidly, is very distressing. And I don't know exactly how it got here, and I don't know who does. I haven't seen the budget yet. I don't know if it's been released, but I will be looking into it and to help figure it out. But as someone mentioned, we don't have time, or we can't really figure out how it got this way except to prevent it from happening again. But give our kids a chance.
Thank you. Next is Jessica Mullen, followed by Daryl Ottolini, followed by Patricia Hurtado.
I'm a Proctor Terrace parent, obviously. I also want to highlight all the little Proctor Terrace tigers that are now home in bed. I'm going to cut to the chase, and I'm going to tell you that the super elementary idea is a no for me. Sending my 7-year-old to a school with 800 kids is a no for me. If the district keeps treating elementary students like they don't matter, what does everyone think they're going to do when it comes time to circle back around for high school? If you make us feel like we don't matter, why would we come back if we leave to escape a super elementary? Every parent in this room has power. Every parent doesn't realize how much power they have. Every parent in this room has a choice. We can leave if we don't like the scenario. If you don't listen to us now, you will hear us when we all leave, and the savings you thought you'd get gutting our schools will evaporate. Listen to us now before it's too late. We don't want super elementary schools. Please don't send my 7-year-old to an 800-person school when I have a model school
Thank
3
you. Your
blocks from
time
my
is
home.
up. Next is Daryl Ottolini, followed by Patricia Hurtado, followed by Meg Peterson.
I just like to say that this is sad. Watching these teachers, parents, kids beg you not to close their school. It's like POWs asking their captors not to abuse them. And your comment, ma'am, about, oh, I want to see them to do the wave. That's about as insensitive as Joseph Mengele asking their patients for a high five. So I just want to ask if you do close a school and you guys give your administration more raises, mind you, the ones who haven't been paying attention on their phone for 90% of this conversation, why don't you cut there? I see that a lot of the comments here is them asking of over budget and overpaid. Ma'am, you came from a school that voted you out for incompetence, and yet you're here now in the same situation you were a year ago, asking us to stand by you as you're trying to close our schools. So why don't you just cut some of their salaries? Because I'm looking at about over $1 million worth of salary that we're all getting buyer's remorse from. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Patricia Hurtado, followed by Meg Peterson, followed by Bernice Espinoza.
Good evening, and thank you for listening. My name is Patty Hurtado. I'm a teacher at Elsie Allen High School, and I have a dream inspired by this community. Just by looking around, look at all the different schools here with the same request. Do not close schools. I dream that the district finds a different way to handle the financial crisis it faces. I dream that instead of closing schools, which still carries financial costs, not to mention the social cost, the district is able to find the needed funds by generating income. I dream that instead of closing schools, the district promotes the amazing programs our schools offer. We've heard it all night long. I dream that instead of closing schools, the district implements better boundaries and policies to retain our students and capture new ones. I dream that the board decides what is best for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Meg Peterson, followed by Bernice Espinoza, followed by David Benjamin Grunbaum.
Thank you. I believe you when you say that you want to be transparent. None of you, especially our new trustees and even our new superintendent, got us into this situation, but all of you are tasked with getting us out of it. I do question, however, the transparency that the district has provided to you and to the public. Data keeps changing, financial targets keep moving, and there seems to be no accountability on the district's end for why we are here and why this conversation didn't get started years ago. I question if the district has considered enough cuts at the district level instead of claiming school closures are the best solution and that we should have to make up the bulk of the deficit. Rincon Valley, which is a third of our district size, just came up with $4 million in budget cuts without consolidating a school. Why can't we do the same? Surely there's more than $8 million at our district level that we can cut. Maybe start at the top.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next is Bernice Espinoza, followed by David Benjamin Grunbaum, followed by Tanya Cordova.
Good evening. I am not a parent and I did not go to schools here. I am an attorney. I was a public defender and now I'm an immigration defense attorney. And I'm a co-founder of the Pipeline Pods, an intergenerational legal mentorship program. I came here with my mentee from Elsie Ellen. We were working on writing up biographies for our program. And I asked her, do you want to include the name of your school? She said, why? I don't know if it's going to still be open this year. She's going to be the first one in her family to graduate from high school. She is also a first-generation student. When I came to this area 9 years ago, it was Elsie Allen that opened up its arms when we had the fires. It's Elsie Allen that had the opportunities for me to go over and teach Know Your Rights. When there was discussions about the Roseland Library, when there's discussions about the
Thank
community
you. Your
school.
time is up. Next. Thank you. Next is David Benjamin Grunbaum, followed by Tanya Cordova.
Hi, I'm a parent of a Montgomery sophomore. Tonight, we've heard a few people putting down the 7 through 12 model. Oh, it'll be so hard. Last meeting, the word the district kept using was, oh, it'll be so hard. You know what's hard? Destroying the lives of over 1,000 students by closing their high school. So of course, it'll take some work to move to a 7 to 12 model, but it can be done. It's the right thing to do. No high school in Santa Rosa should close. As far as the idea that we will lose students specifically because of the 7-12 program, let's talk about the elephant in the room. What do you think is going to happen if you do close a high-performing high school and reassign them to a lower-performing high school? They're not going to go, okay? So that's the real reason the district is going to lose tons of students. We at Montgomery welcome expanding our IB program. We're telling you this. We're happy to do it. Many other IB programs are 7 to 12, and we're happy to do this. So please do the right thing. Go with the 7 to 12 proposal and save all our high schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tanya Cordova. Is Tanya here? Are there any other blue cards? All right, that ends public comment on non-agenda items. The board will now take a 10-minute break. Thank you all.
Melanie, am I good?
We're going to continue with the meeting. If you could please take your seats if you're planning to stay. We're moving on to our F items, discussion and action items, starting with an action item, approval of California School Employees Association, Chapter 75, 24-25 MOUs. And we have Dr. Vicky Zans here.
Hey, thank you, President McNally, Superintendent Morales, and members of the board. I am happy to be here tonight to present to you four MOUs that we have agreed to with our CSEA partners. The first one is an amendment to our student safety advisor job duties and job description, adding back in the sentence breaking up disturbances. The second is for the position control and reporting technician and job description. The third is for payment to our classified members who are sometimes called to do classroom supervision, which is beyond their job duties, and we want to compensate them for that. And the last one is for our family engagement facilitators and compensating them for having the language skills in Spanish to be able to do some translation at some of our IEP meetings. So I am here tonight to ask for your approval of both the job descriptions and MOUs that are attached.
Board members, any questions? Are there, I don't have any blue cards. Are there, okay, no public comment? Board discussion or a motion? Can we approve all of the MOUs at once in one motion? Yes.
You probably have to approve them separately.
Motion to approve amendment to CSEA 75-24-25, number 2, student safety advisor job duties and updated job description.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote?
Who was the second? Sorry.
Kirby, Director Kirby.
Thank you. Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Do we have a motion on number 3, position control and reporting technician job description?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Do we have a motion on number 4, emergency classroom supervision?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Do we have a motion on number 5, family engagement facilitators?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Caston, seconded by Kirby. Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, moving on to that was everything, right? Yeah, okay. Moving on to approval of a tentative agreement between Santa Rosa City Schools and California School Employees Association, Chapter 75 for Successor Contract 2024 to 2027.
Okay, thank you. As happy as I was to present those MOUs, I am even more happy to ask for your approval of the tentative agreement with CSEA Chapter 75 for the successor contract for 2024 to 2027, which also includes an agreement on compensation for both 24-25, our current school year, as well as 25-26. Attached, you'll also find our AB 1200 disclosure with all of the financials.
Any board questions? Are there any blue cards?
There are no blue cards.
Board discussion or a motion?
I move that we approve the tentative agreement between Santa Rosa City Schools and the California CSEA Chapter 75 for successor contract 2024-2027.
Do we have a second?
But I'd like to make sure we have discussion. Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Kirby, seconded by trustee Caston. Roll call vote.
Can we have a discussion before we go to the vote?
Oh, I could, sorry, I can't hear you very well.
Sorry, no worries. I'm still reading closed captions to get everything with the reverberation in here.
I just really quickly wanted to say that I really appreciate the partnership with CSEA, the fact that we were able to come to a resolution this quickly and within the budget that I know isn't what our employees were hoping for or deserve in many ways, but is what we could do. And I just want to commend the team that led the negotiations for both CSEA and the district. And, you know, I was not actually anticipating seeing this happen in February. So thank you all.
Any other discussion? Did you actually second it or did I just mishear that? Okay. Roll call vote.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, moving on to a discussion on the 2025-26 governor's budget proposal. We have Lisa August and Joel Dantos. Thank you, Dr. Zanz.
Good evening, President McNally, Superintendent Dr. Morales, members of the board and our SRCS community online and those still remaining here with us. I'm Lisa August and I'm here with Joel Dantos to present the information that we've received on the governor's budget proposals and provide a little bit of information on how they impact us. Just a quick review. I'm going to only spend some time on some particular slides. Please, we can go back at the end if there's information that if there's a slide that you would like additional information on from us. I always share this, or we share this kind of visual every time that we provide a budget update, just to remind everyone of the ongoing cycle and that, yes, the information is always changing. We only have one time a year when they are our final numbers. That's in September for the prior year. Another thing that I did want to talk about when we look at this is the AB 1200 process, Assembly Bill 1200, which is that we do work with SCO. So every time we have a budget update, every time we have a tentative agreement, any of those things, they are sent to SCO for review. We work very closely with our fiscal analysts there, the external director, as well as the CBO, so my counterpart. So just making sure that people realize that is an ongoing collaborative relationship. So they do guide us along the way as well. And much of the information here came from both school services, which I know Joel attended, as did some of the SCO staff. And then I attended a presentation at SCO with the capital advisors. So do you want to talk about this part at all? Just real quick.
Okay. Yeah, so we're presenting tonight the governor's January budget proposal for next fiscal year 2025-26 as a state agency and part of the overall state budget. We have to start preparing our budget for next year, knowing some parameters, assumptions that the state budget will have, and that state follows the process for our agencies by starting off with giving a budget proposal, and then that budget proposal is reviewed by the state legislature and others that are in the state, and they have negotiations back and forth between the governor, and then in May, the governor comes out with his May revision to this proposal. And then we also start building our budget for next year around those May updated assumptions. And then just like we adopt our budget in June, the state adopts their budget in June as well. So when we adopt our budget, you'll see it largely based on those May assumptions. And then we both adopt our budget in June, and then we locally here will update our budget 45 days after that budget and bring that to the board. And that is kind of the process of how this state budget works along with our local budgets.
So really, something to be aware of with this budget proposal from the governor is that it was announced right around the time of the fires. So we know that there are likely to be changes between now and the May revise. What is really uncertain is there was a one-time proposal in here for some discretionary funds that may or may not happen. There's also that the governor is in his projections essentially shorting Prop 98, which is the minimum amount that we are guaranteed by about $1.6 billion. But that 1.6 could end up getting swept up into fire relief or something like that. So there's some back and forth that's happening about that right now. So it'll be interesting. We'll see what happens with that. One of the concerns is that Prop 98 right now, it's supposed to be our floor. And really what that's equating to is it's our ceiling. It's our floor and our ceiling. There's not a lot of wiggle room that happens. That is how we've seen like the one-time funds over a number of years. It's kind of the way that they get it in there to make sure that we're meeting that Prop 98 guarantee, but not growing that minimum for going forward in our COLA, our cost of living increase. And you'll see later the effect that has on the compounding for us over the years. So overall, though, it's a pretty healthy budget. Education is pretty well protected, just like last year. However, we do see a lesser percentage proposed compared to the time of budget adoption. At budget adoption, it was 2.96, I think, and now it's at 2.43. So Joel will cover that in a few minutes. Just a reminder that there are, because of the way that schools are funded, we rely heavily on the big three taxes. So personal income tax is the most volatile, and that's what a huge percentage of how funds are gathered and distributed. That's where they come from. So that's why we see the swings so often. So just a kind of comparison of where those are trending, that we always take a look back at the prior year because there's a settle up time for that, and then the current year, and then the next year. And this gives the comparison between the enacted budget that happens in June compared to the legislative analyst's office projection, which happens usually November, December, and then the governor's budget proposal that comes out in January. Okay. And again, we don't have it says the one-time discretionary. We have been advised by SCO as well as school services and capital advisors not to include that in our March 2nd interim projections. So we want to make sure that people realize that yes, that's money that could come in. If so, it will be one time again, which is exactly what the issue is where we are today. On the plus side, it does project fully funding the cost of living adjustment. There are times when they suspend that and they don't actually fund it. And just showing the percentage or the difference between our minimum guarantee and the actual state budget. You can see here, this was the effect of those one-time funds in the state. So lots of people got a lot of one-time money, both on the individual level as well as the corporate level. There were a lot of things that happened there. And then you can see that it dropped back down after that. And this is that difference that we were talking about with it's not accounting for $1.6 billion here. This is what he's projecting the revenues to be, and it's actually projected to come in a little bit higher than that. And so this is something that is really, we need to be paying attention, as, everybody, knows that, yes, there's some stability at the state level. As far as there's not a huge swing this year like there was the prior year when it went from 3.94% to 1.07%. We're only seeing about a 0.5% difference in that projection. So that's some stability for our budgeting. But what we have to work on is what we're doing here locally to make sure that we are monitoring very closely our projections as well as the different line items in our budget. And so thank you for approving the position control position tonight, because that will help us to get there. That's been an element that's been missing in our work, that will help us to keep a much better eye on those things. So again, we're going to be paying really close attention and looking at everything in much more detail as we go forward and working closely with SCO.
Yeah. Okay, so here we'll look at the local control funding formula and the COLA. So the local control funding formula is the state's main revenue source to school districts. It's our largest local revenue here, with about over 60% of our revenues. And they increase that each year by the cost of living adjustment. You can see this year the January's proposal proposes a 2.43 COLA. Again, as Lisa said, that is a slightly lower by 0.05% from last summer's enacted budget projection for this COLA. But you can see it increase about $244 per ADA, and then also included in the local control funding formula is the grade span adjustment, along with the supplemental and concentration grant funding that we invest in our LCAP, and as well as there is an increase to the TK add-on, which is the state's funding tool for us to have the lower adult to child ratio in the TK programs. And again, that is in 25-26 going to be up to the target 4-year-old level that they set a few years ago.
Which that actually means that we have to lower the adult to student ratio in TK beginning in 25-26. So class size, and that would apply to splits as well. So if you have a combo with a TKK, it has to align with the TK requirements of a 20-to-1 class size with a 10-to-1 adult to student ratio. It also requires more specific experience or early childhood education units. So it's not every multi-subject teacher who qualifies to teach TK. So there's some differences there that are going into effect next year.
Yeah, and okay, so here we're looking at how this kind of affects our school districts. So again, it is a slightly lower COLA. Oh, and just a quick note, we did update this slide to show the 4 years and the impact on that 27-28 year. So you can see, and we did include this year, just for clarity, that the COLA is enacted this year with that 1.07, and then you can see the update to this next year proposal, 2.43%, as opposed to the 2.93%. You can see how that affects us locally here. However, included with the information we got from School Service California, they give us the dartboard that projects the 2 future years COLAs as well. And you can see that those comparisons to the last summer's enacted budget projections, there is a slight increase. So over the 4 years, there's less of an impact there. The reason that Lisa's got a really good, what do they call it? The glare protector, and there's not a TV. So I have always used to, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Sorry. So you can see that with the about 0.5% reduction, it is compounding. So the increase in 26-27 isn't as great, but it does catch up in 27-28. And the good news about the COLA this year is it is funded with ongoing revenues this year for the state level, whereas in the past last year it was funded with some reserves. So that is a positive thing with how the state is operating. And the last thing about the COLA is, so it is increasing the local control funding formula. However, COLA, the state governor's proposal for January includes funding the 2.43% COLA for other state funding, like categoricals like our special education, child nutrition, the mandated block grant, and state preschool that we have that will affect us locally here as well. And we look forward to seeing the May revision as well, because there is some thinking that there might be some positive revenues with that as well.
Okay, and so yes, we do expect to see that increase to the base rate for special education funding. One of the things that we do want to make sure is that we start talking about, though, is that at the local level at our SELPA, so the special education local plan area, so we belong to that group for Sonoma County. And over the last 20 years, the funding model has not aligned with the way that the funds are actually distributed from the state to us. The county had, and the county that's in the districts who make up the plan, the SELPA plan area, and there's a superintendent's council that actually has the leadership. They serve as the board for that. The allocation model is really outdated. It incentivizes identification of higher needs of students for higher needs to be funded at a higher rate. And so over the last few years, they have been talking about whether that model should be changed. And we had a finance subcommittee that I was part of. Joel sat in on some of those. John Fisher sat on that as well, and along with numerous other organizations. And we really looked through what is the right model, what's the most appropriate, how are the funds getting to the students in the same way that they're coming from the state. And that was ultimately what was recommended, is that there needed to be a change. And there was a vote. And so thank you, Dr. Morales, for getting us the step into that rather than the rip the Band-Aid off approach, which is that we know this is going to have a reduction in revenue for us for special education. And it was a very close vote. They ended up going with the committee's recommendation, which was to step it in over 2 years rather than a full implementation in the first year. So Santa Rosa City Schools has benefited from the allocation model for a number of years. And now it's really changing the distribution to align with how the funds come into to the SELPA. One of the issues has to do, though, with our identification rate, or that students are maybe being sent to us who could be served in a home district, and they're coming to us maybe on an inter-district transfer rather than enrolling with their home district, and then the district pays to place the student here with us. So there are a lot of practices and conversations that we're having with how to change the way that identification rate works, and with our SELPA study as well. All that to say that we do expect a hit of somewhere around $1.8 to $2 million next year in special education loss of revenue. And so that is where that special education study is really important, that we are following the best practices and changing what we do and how, so that we're aligning the right services and the right supports for students while still remaining fiscally responsible. So again, that's a step in. It would have been closer to $4 million.
Can I pause you for a second? I think we need to motion to extend.
I'll move to extend to 11.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, motion passes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I know it's a long one, but I thought that this was important to spend a little bit of time on.
Do you want questions now or later?
Maybe we get through and then we can go back. We're almost finished. And there are a couple of other things that happened with the funding as well to take some of the brunt off of extensive health needs, to have some off the top funding to help offset some of those costs. So it's not all a revenue deduction or reduction, but it's really looking at how we can support each other as districts, because we are all here to support our special education students in Sonoma County. And how do we most responsibly serve our students? As Joel mentioned earlier, the state budget does protect expanded learning opportunities program, universal transition kindergarten, and nutrition and facilities. So there's the state bond that was passed. So that's kind of separate from the budget. And then in nutrition right now, it does look that we would still be receiving universal free meals for students. There's concern about the reimbursement from the federal government if there's a change in the community eligibility provision as far as the rate of reimbursement. The way that the law is currently written, that doesn't impact us locally. It impacts the state, because the state would backfill any shortfall between what the federal government provides and that cost. The concern is that then has to come from somewhere. And so does that come from somewhere else in Prop 98? Very likely. So it would be a trade-off of where else we would lose the funds in order to cover that. So, we're advocating very hard to maintain the level of for community eligibility provision for us to qualify for those state reimbursements or federal reimbursements. Next steps, just again, looking at, we don't know exactly what's going to happen with those additional funds. One thing that is expected to be put back into the budget are some funds for the Learning Recovery Education Block Grant. So those funds were swept by the state a couple of years ago, and we expect actually to receive some more. Those are restricted, but they would be able to be used for things that we're already doing, such as night school or some intercession program supports that learning recovery. So that's definitely a plus for us. And I think that was estimated around 800,000, but I can't remember for sure on that one. Again, we don't know about the discretionary block grant that would be very flexible yet. That would be one-time funds. Looking at potential for literacy mathematics coaches, literacy screenings. Doesn't mean that there's a ton of money for that, but these are maybe some supports that could be provided. And again, you'll be seeing us in a couple of weeks with our second interim, our audit, and working on our community messaging, making sure that we're messaging, far and wide as far as what our budget is, how our revenues work, how the expenditures work, what reductions are are planned. So again, that's a big part of what we will be doing over the next few months. We will, as Dr. Morales mentioned earlier during her report, continue the work of the Fiscal Stabilization Advisory Committee, along with the Finance Subcommittee work. And we'll be bringing stuff back to you soon. I'll stop sharing and turn it back to you, President McNally.
Trustee Caston?
Thank you for the report. And with everything else we have going on, it's one of those longer term past this month things, but it's very important. And I just want to ask two categories of questions, but let's go back to SELPA just briefly. Just so everyone understands, our vote in SELPA and this change that's being implemented to fund our students less. When we're voting in SELPA, we get one vote for Santa Rosa High, one vote for the elementary. There's no weighting to the population of the districts. There's no consideration of the size of the budget. There's no weighting to the size of the population.
No, and actually, we might end up losing that second vote that's coming up for consideration and voting at the SELPA level. So it is possible if the section superintendents vote for it, we might lose that second vote at the elementary level, but that is a possibility.
Okay. So I think it's important for everyone to understand, and this happens in other parts of government with like the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, Sonoma County Transportation Agency, where really small districts, really small jurisdictions get an outweighed control over how the funding is divided, and it can be disproportionately impacting the largest parts of the population. And so no solutions, unfortunately, but I think awareness is really important, that in a lot of ways, this is an inequality in representation for our students.
Yes, it absolutely is. One of the things to realize is that's an important factor that we were talking about in that finance subcommittee and that we spoke to the superintendent's council about, is that while it's a big hit for us, it's a smaller percentage of our budget as compared to some of the small districts who had a big swing to the negative as well. That could have been detrimental to them, even on a larger scale than to us. So it was something that we felt was extremely important to step into, obviously with our fiscal condition, but also with some of the neighboring districts as well.
And then within this discussion with SELPA, I want to confirm, because our deaf and hard of hearing program at Hidden Valley is 100% off the top.
Correct.
And then anyone in the county is able to place their students that qualify for DHH without it impacting our budget. That's all staying the way it is.
Correct. That is an off the top program. In fact, there has been some discussion about a potential for expanding that through, the upper grade levels as well, so that we can keep students local here in Sonoma County rather than sending them off to a residential school.
Lisa, can you share, because I know the community is, watching our reports and our budgets very closely. We will have a negative impact to our expenses the next 2 years. Just off the bat with this decision, how much are we talking about in this year or next year and the following year?
So we don't have our updated numbers from SELPA yet. So
Estimation of what was shared in SELPA.
Yeah, all of the projections have been based on 23, 24. And so it looks like about 1.8 to 1.2 million for next year and closer to 4 million for the following year based on those prior year numbers.
Those are expenses that are getting hit. Our books. And
those are a reduction in revenue.
Yeah.
Reduction
in the revenue, which has a negative impact on the bottom line.
Correct.
Going to Prop 98 questions. The Prop 98 reserves were completely depleted at the state level in 23-24. And my understanding is the 1.5 billion contribution this year is replacing, not adding to the 1.1 from last year.
Correct.
Okay, and then those reserves are still under the limit, the mandatory limit for Prop 98 reserves at the state level.
Yes, they are, which for us, with our current reserve, isn't concerning for us as far as the reserve cap trigger.
Right.
However, it does, that is a mechanism that once the reserve, the Prop 98 reserve at the state level reaches a certain point, then districts are capped at a 10% reserve level. Our reserve level is, we were just barely meeting our 3%, which I know we've talked about looking at that in policy in the future.
But my reason for asking isn't related to the cap, but more the philosophy behind why the cap is lifted when the state is under the Prop 98 reserve. And that's because the state is basically saying that they're not in a place where they're going to have a reserve. So therefore they're letting us have a bigger reserve. And so can you just talk a little bit more about why that cap is lifted, and because that's the risk element for us looking into next year?
Absolutely. There are two things. There's the reserve and there's cash flow. And the reserve is an indicator of your ability, of a district's ability to meet that cash flow. That doesn't mean that that's necessarily money that you have in the bank, but that's meant to be that estimation of of the cash that you have on hand. And that, as Trustee Caston, talked about, that this last year, in order to keep education whole, to keep us from having huge cuts and even to barely fund us at the 1.07%, they had to withdraw all the funds from that rainy day fund, specific for schools, in order to keep us whole. And so they're replacing that a little bit. So that's 1.5 billion only. So that's all that they have available as a cushion for schools, essentially. So that's why our reserve is important going forward, that we look at addressing that, because that's what gets us through the lean times when there are those big cuts at the state level.
Thank you.
These microphones. Oh, kind of piggybacking off of what Daisy, I'm so sorry, Dr. Morales and Trustee Caston were saying regarding SELPA, that the cut that we're getting, the dip. So we're looking at like 1.8 next year. What is the following year?
Closer to 4 million.
Like 4 for that year or 4 total with the one?
Ongoing.
Oh, gosh. Okay, and so then the next question was more bottom line-ish.
You'll be receiving an update in a couple of weeks when we come back, after going through with a fine tooth comb, coming back with multi-year projections that include all of the known and expected factors at this point.
So I do want to just say out loud, because that's, I guess, what I do, is, oh, that's hard for special ed, especially, like, those are our most vulnerable. Oh, man. Okay. And then bottom line-ish again, because it's being asked everywhere, how does this impact our school closures? Like, does this impact our bottom line numbers for what we need to get to?
That's what we are working on now, is determining where else we can find anything to get us through. And again, that is, I think what we've talked about is coming with several scenarios for second interim, as far as with one-time funds, without one-time funds, what does it look like if we, so some of what we'll be bringing next week for the special study session is, if we do look at phasing, what does that look like? Where does it get us to? How close? And, what it means is deeper cuts in program or staffing or other things. And so identifying where that could potentially come from.
Additionally, because we're talking about money, I have also heard people say, well, why can't the public fundraise? Can the public fundraise? Can
Absolutely.
So the public can fundraise to keep schools open.
Yeah, absolutely. We would take donations. Absolutely. What we can't do is require that people pay. We have to be very careful about that. But yes, there's nothing saying that people can't fundraise or that they can't make donations. We are as a quasi-state agency, we're tax exempt, so they do get a donation letter. We actually receive a lot of donations every year. We have great support from our community, and it's really appreciated. You'll see that there's actually the donation tracking page on the consent agenda is all from that. And people can direct donations when they do make donations. But the board does not. The board has the option of whether to accept that with the strings attached, or to say, no, thank you.
And just a further follow-up on what Director Jenkins was mentioning. So all the data that we've been looking at in these special sessions and everything, none of that included this projection, right? Just
Correct. We were aware that there would be some kind of change likely. Didn't know if it was going to be, we were hoping for a 3-year implementation. And that was not ultimately something that was recommended by the finance subcommittee because we knew that was not likely to be approved. We knew there was a really strong push for a full implementation. It actually had to go back for a vote again after saying, wait a second. There was an issue with the counting of the votes. And then they had to re-vote as well because it was a split.
Yes, it didn't benefit the majority of the school districts. So the first scenario was to absorb all of the either increase or decrease in 1 year. And that would have done us in. So there was a hiccup in the counting of votes and we were able to put forth a motion that at least went for the 2 years. We were hoping for the 3, but we knew that wouldn't pass and kind of polling all of the superintendents. So the best we were able to get was a 2-year tiered expense hit.
And again, that's why it's really important, the work that happens in the Special Education Advisory Committee to make sure that we are monitoring that closely, to make sure that we are for students who don't belong on a caseload still, who really are thriving without those additional services. My daughter had speech services and I know how that works. And so there are some things, there are some low hanging fruits that John and his team are working on and we're working very closely together.
so another follow-up then, because 1.8 the first year, 4 million the second year. I know you don't have a crystal ball. I mean, is that the end? Right? We're in the clear after that, or is it going to get even worse down the road?
It will all depend on well, there are a couple ways to look at this. So our funding comes in based on ADA. The AB 602 funding, which is our local special ed funding or state special ed funding, is based on ADA, just as everything else. And so depending on where our enrollment and our average daily attendance ends up, that determines what our revenues are going forward. And identification rates and funding and all of those things and percentages, they change all the time. So right now, that's what that looks like. That doesn't mean that that's what that revenue stays at going forward. It's really going to depend. So those are things we have to monitor really closely.
And lastly, so I was reading through it. For a moment, I was happy, and then you kind of dashed it a little bit.
Sorry. I'm apparently the killer of dreams. I'm sorry.
Well, I did read about, there may be one-time funding available for the nutrition for funding of equipment and training.
Yes.
To provide freshly prepared meals with locally grown ingredients for our schools. I was like, oh yay, maybe we can get some of that. But now you're saying, maybe not so fast. Those one-time funds may be getting pulled back.
So a couple different things on that. One, our balances in our nutrition services are very healthy. So we have gone after grants and funds for the preparation of fresh foods. Our kitchen actually, Ed and his team have been great at, coming up with new recipes of things that kids are going to want to try and eat. And so that's a really big push. And that is not impactful to our general fund. So completely separate. And that is actually very healthy. And while we've seen a reduction in students, we've seen a substantial increase in participation. So we're serving more meals now than we were when we had more students. So that's actually an extremely successful program. We have nutritious foods getting out there and we're constantly working on that. So not a concern there. That is absolutely a bright spot and to be celebrated. And even if there is a change in that piece from the federal side, we have the funds there to be able to absorb that for a little while. It's the general fund that's the concern, and it is completely separate.
All right, two more follow-up. I just wanted, because we're talking about two things, we have Prop 98 and we had SELPA here.
Yes.
So I just wanted us to all grasp on the Prop 98 front. This is a more future thinking conversation because the May revise will give us new data. We'll get revised trailer bill language out of the legislature. And then even that June date, that's only when they're going to improve the numbers. In July and August, implementing language will get passed through the final negotiations on trailer bills. And really September is when we'll know what our budget that starts in July is as far as the restrictions. So when we're looking at the Prop 98 part of this conversation, there's a whole lot of moving parts. It's going to change a lot. And then with the fires, they've delayed all collections for some of the most capital gains rich neighborhoods in the state. So, and that's being delayed out till October. So there's a lot there, and a lot of what we have here isn't anything we should rely on. It's at best, kind of putting our fingers in the air and, having a little water there so we have a gist as to which way the wind's going. But with the SELPA, we're talking about a very real number, very real analysis. We talked about it on the side of how the formula is changing for the revenue we're receiving. But I just want to make it clear that our maintenance of effort requirements do not change. And can you also just elaborate on what maintenance of effort means, and that this means like we can't go cut the expenses from the things that this is funding?
Correct. So our special education is funded three ways. Federal funding, which is a very small percentage of it in comparison, state funding, which is the funding that we just spoke about, and then local. And local is our contribution. So local is the amount that comes from our unrestricted general fund to offset the costs in our special education programs. Something that we've been paying close attention to with that maintenance of effort, because we talked a little bit about this at the last session, which is essentially if we had 500 special education students and we spent $1 million last year, then this next year, if we still have 500 special education students and we still spend $1 million, we've met our maintenance of effort. If we only spend 800,000 and we still have those 500 kids, then we're penalized that difference. And if we spend more, so say that year we spend 1.2 million, then the next year that 1.2 million is our new goal. That's our new bar. And anything that we fall below that is that penalty. And that's kind of a simplistic look at it, because there's actually 4 ways to meet that maintenance of effort, which has to do with a combination of state and local funds overall. So if it's $10 million, then each year it's $10 million from the combination of state and local funds, or it's $10 million from only, and I'm just throwing that out there, that it's not a real number. If our local funding is 10 million, then we can meet that at the local level with that contribution. And that's one way to meet it. Also on a per special education student basis. So if we have, say, 500 students that first year, and then the next year it drops 400 students, as long as we're spending the same per student, then we can lower those overall costs. And so that's where the identification rate is important, that we're getting that right, that we aren't over referring students, that we are providing supports, in the classroom. So those making sure that there are interventions, that all of the steps happen prior to them being referred for special education, because that's the most restrictive environment or, setting for them versus, providing a some type of intervention ahead of time. So we tend to have, historically, it's typical and not, I don't know if it's typical necessarily, if that's the word I'm looking for, but an issue tends to be the dual identification of English language learners. So if somebody is not a native English speaker, they're often identified for special education services when maybe that's not actually the need, when really it's a communication need, not a learning need. So
I just want to reemphasize though, the reduction in revenue does not reduce our reduction in our maintenance of effort. And so that means that we will have to increase our local contribution. So
barring the reduction of other.
barring one of those other things happens. Thank you.
So back to bottom line stuff. Excuse me. So there are all of these factors that we have absolutely zero control over. It's fun to be living in 2025. And how does that play a part in our bottom line and what we have to do to drive the ship, right? Like we're trying to steer the ship. Everybody's got their hand on the wheel. But when there's so much that is out of our control, how slow can we drive this ship?
And that's why it is important to look at not just now, but in the future, because you can have a large swing at any point. That's, Trustee Caston was talking about the fires and the delayed reporting. That's exactly what happened when we went from a 3.94% projected COLA to a 1.07% COLA. That's why that happened. And so really setting good policy is the starting point for that, making sure that we are setting a policy that helps us to be able to weather the storm. And that's not something that's going to happen right away. I mean, if we tried to go from a 3% to a 10%, we'd be shutting down. I can't even think of what that would look like, but really looking at incremental progress and looking not just to fix things for now and meeting that 3%, but looking at where we're projected to go, finding ways to better direct our resources. It's again, all of that work, and it's constantly changing. So it's having those open conversations, looking for, ways that we can do things better, improve our practices, and, create our systems going forward. So again, good policy, consistent conversations. We collaborate regularly with SCO. And they're guiding us with that. And so just to clarify, since that AB 1200 came up and what that process looks like, that there are two things. The receivership happens if we run out of cash. You can run out of cash with a positive budget. Those are two very different things. And so what happens with the qualified budget, you have 3 in a row, then what happens is you have a fiscal advisor appointed. Well, that's the official piece of it. We work unofficially all the time together. And so SCO is already involved and they know what our fiscal stabilization plan is. They know what we're looking at with school closures and staff reductions, and all of these things happen regularly. It's just not that formal intervention. And that's because we are working to fix it ourselves.
Can you just say a little bit more about what that means, like running out of cash as a school district? Because I think that is very elusive when we talk about like the qualifications, and then what does that mean?
So what that means.
Thank you ahead of time.
Yes. So essentially what it means is that we don't have money to borrow or transfer. So Joel and I were talking about it earlier, and a really good analogy is when you've gone through your savings at home and you've also maxed out your credit cards and your home equity. And now you have to pay your mortgage and you have no money to do it. Who knows how you're going to do that? You might go into foreclosure. And so that's essentially receivership. It's that we run out of cash because we've used all of our internal money. Because remember, we write our cash flow. We only get money at certain times during the year, which our expenses, we have a lot of expenses early in the year. So between July and August, or July and December, we get very little money. And then our local taxes come in when people pay their local property taxes. We get some money in between, but the majority of it happens then. But in the meantime, we've operated summer schools, we've, gotten classes up and running, and we've started paying people. All of that expense happens first. So we have a line of credit through the treasury that we use to get through for cash for the beginning of the year until we start getting those in. And it's about $100 million on our.
Right, so our property, we get 85% of our total property taxes, which come in December and April. Yeah, and then
So there's that. So if we didn't have that line of credit, we'd be out of cash, but we have that to borrow from. We also have internal funds that we can borrow back and forth from, but they have to be repaid. So we can borrow internally, but we have to be able to pay it back. SCO has a small reserve fund that they can do some, small loans for as well, but you're talking a few $1,000,000, which for us is not, a whole lot our cash flow needs are much larger than what theirs are and what they have available. So once you've exhausted all of those things and you still don't have enough to make your payments because you don't have enough cash on hand, that's when you end up with that emergency loan from the state, which is receivership and the takeover.
But that skips the qualified.
It can.
Right?
It can. It may happen in conjunction with that, or it may skip it. So they can happen independently. So the first step, if you aren't running out of cash, but you're just having a budget problem, that's the qualified, 3 times in a row. And then you have your fiscal advisor and you work to fix the budget. But if you run out of cash in that time, that's when you go immediately into receivership. So they're two very different things. One can lead to the other, but they are not always dependent on each other.
Any other questions from the board?
And just for transparency, we did include a cash flow. It is on there. So we are monitoring that very closely.
Thank you. We will move on. Next on the agenda is resolution number 2024-25-27, criteria to determine certificated personnel who shall be exempt from the order of layoff by virtue of their credentials, assignment or certification. Dr. Zanz, welcome back.
Okay, thank you. So I am here to ask for approval of the, what we call the skipping criteria, which is the criteria that we use to determine teachers with specific credentials that we will skip over in the cases of doing layoffs. The skipping criteria that we are asking for the board to approve today is very similar to the skipping criteria that we have in past years. Possession of a single subject credential for Spanish or a B-clad, or the French equivalent of a B-clad, which is a BRAF. Possession of a single subject math or a single subject science credential. Possession of a special education credential. All teachers who are assigned to the dual immersion program at SRFAX. All teachers who are assigned to teach a course in Spanish as part of the dual immersion program at CCLA or LC Allen High School. All teachers who have successful experience teaching transitional kindergarten within the last 5 years, as well as school psychologists and speech language pathologists holding a bilingual certification. And so in order, what this does is it allows us to keep teachers who have specializations in areas that are hard to fill.
Board, any questions? Caston?
Two initial questions. Can you define successful for teaching TK?
Yeah, there is ed code on how to decide if a teacher is eligible to teach TK. What we're asking for is successful teaching, completion of teaching of TK in the last 5 years. And that means just that both the teacher and the administrator have found that TK is a good fit for a particular teacher. We have had teachers who have gone into TK and decided that this was not the right place for them and have moved out of TK the very next year, or teachers who, by choice of the administration have been moved out of TK. We don't want to offer that as a skipping criteria if the teacher is not going to be a teacher that would be teaching TK in the upcoming year.
And that's a process that's already occurred through the choosing to be placing them in a classroom, so it'd be objective and not subjective.
Yes.
And then I don't see reference to any certifications or special training related to any CTE. Is there, I can't go weld. So is there any protection for CTE related specialization?
So the way that we determine our needs in that area is by how many students are choosing to take those courses and determining how many teachers that we need to teach those courses. So in order to be able to teach the course, you would have to have the appropriate CTE credential.
So that's captured in the skipping criteria to.
It's captured in the ability to be able to teach the course. So we wouldn't be able to assign somebody, let's say with an English credential, to teach, CTE welding.
But what, so I'm just, to be really clear, but we also wouldn't lay them off and then not be able to offer the section, like that's it captured in this criteria.
Yes, if we did not have enough students selecting the course and we had to lay off a teacher, then yes.
And just when you were reading off the criteria, like on number 1, I just want to make sure it's not a typo on the French part. You use a different acronym. Is that correct the way you have it here, or did?
Yeah, so we call it, if you get it in California, it is a BCLAD, which is a bilingual, whatever CLAD stands for, which I cannot remember at 10:30 at night. But there's also another authorization. There's actually additional authorizations in Spanish as well. So there's a bilingual authorization in Spanish, which is a BASP. And there is a bilingual authorization in French, which is the BAFR. So there are several that fall under that same category of being bilingual.
Okay, thanks.
Any other board questions? Are there any blue cards?
There are no blue cards for this item.
Further discussion or a motion? Yes.
Just a discussion point, and not necessarily now, but it's me needing to say something regarding bilingual staff. While I understand that we need to move forward with this, I do think that it's really important that we give in the future, and maybe we already do this, I'm not sure, new, but we give teachers, especially ones that have been around the block for a long time, the opportunity to take classes, whether that be on the, hopefully on, whatever, but to take classes to expand their own language base to meet the needs of our community as well.
Caston?
Like to move approval of resolution 2024-25-27, resolution skipping criteria and waive further reading of the text.
Is there a second?
A second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote?
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, moving on to resolution number 2024-25-28 to adopt seniority date tie-breaking criteria to determine the order of termination among certificated employees with the same date of paid service.
Okay, so in a perfect world, the seniority list would just be straight seniority. We'd be able to figure it out. Unfortunately, when it comes to layoffs, sometimes it doesn't work that way. And we have several teachers with the same credential that have the same date of hire. And so what we do in order to break the tie is we look at several other criteria, including any credentials that they have that might be specialized, like if they have a BCLAD, if they work in a dual immersion, those kinds of things. Then we look at their year's experience teaching prior to their current employment. So do they have more years of experience in another district before they came to us? Credentials that permit supplementary authorizations. So that may be a social studies teacher who has an authorization to teach English. That would give them an extra point. The number of teaching or specialist service credentials, a degree beyond a bachelor's degree, so extra points for a master's or doctorate, and then teachers that have a national board certification. So we give a point value that is explained in number 3 based on each of those A through F. And then using those point values, we're able to rank teachers that have the same date of seniority. If after doing all of that, there is still a tie, then we use a specific, very technical tie-breaking criteria, which is a deck of cards. And we pull cards, and the highest card is, the highest seniority, and the next and the next and the next. And we actually did have to use that last year several times. Catherine Howell and I had fun doing that, the cards, so.
We'll qualify that fun was not actually what you were having.
I was being a little sarcastic with the fun, yes. My apologies.
I think we're all gonna have to hold our jokes for a few more weeks here, so.
Board questions? Yes.
Perfunctory to my last question, nothing within here is subjective. Everything is clearly objective.
Everything is based on actual dates, years of employment, credentials held. There's nothing subjective in the tie-breaking criteria.
Thank you.
Does we've got listed here K through 12, does it need to be TK through 12? Or
It would be TK through 12, although I guess theoretically there could be an issue with TK. I think we just haven't updated it since we've introduced TK.
is that something we can amend now here kind of thing? Okay. Well, I move that we amend the resolution to change the K-12 where it appears, I think 2 times in here, to the TK-12.
I think you can make the amendment with.
Just a friendly amendment?
Yeah, but I do have a public comment
Oh,
card
I'm
first.
sorry.
Is Alice Jobson still here? I have to only give her a minute, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you only have 1 minute.
Oh, okay. So I'm here for my fellow teachers fearful of layoffs and school closures, and for my students. I've been an educator in SRCS since 2015. Help my students through the Tubbs fire, through teaching through Zoom. And I still remember hand delivering materials to my students who couldn't get to distribution days. But in spite of my love and dedication and support and permanent status and seniority, I will likely be laid off with the many of most recently hired teachers, and this is due to a changeable policy. In 2022, I resigned due to burnout, and 1 year later, in 2023, I was rehired and was not given my original hire date back. The stress of these layoffs and school closures not only affects me, but it hurts our students. We are loving and firm constants in their lives, so please consider not only the effects of the layoffs, but also this hire date policy.
Thank you. Your time is up. Are there any other blue cards? No other blue cards?
No other blue cards.
Right, trustee Caston?
A question on that, the hire date policy, is that set in contract?
Yes, it is.
Sorry.
I was asking if the hire date policy was set in contract.
Okay, so now seeking a motion with that friendly amendment.
I'll move resolution 2024-25-28, resolution tie breaking criteria with the amendment to include TK on criteria B, 2B, and wait for the reading of the text.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, roll call vote.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. And then items 6 and 7 were pulled. So thank you, Dr. Sands. So we'll move on to our consent items. Seeking a motion on items G1 through 9.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Caston, seconded by trustee Kirby. Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Right, moving on to approval of minutes from previous meetings. Need a motion on the minutes of the regular board meeting held on December 11th, 2024.
Motion approved.
Can we,
not
we don't have a quorum on this?
Yeah, we'll have to bring it back, I think.
Okay.
Is there another one for December? I don't have it. We might have to bring both December ones back.
December 18th.
It was when the new trustees were sworn in. So I think that they can vote on that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll bring back the 11th.
Okay. So approval of minutes of the regular board meeting held on December 18th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
If I could amend part of it, just so that the notes show that I did request a meeting in July and that it's being addressed with a special meeting. I would just like the notes to
For the
reflect that.
calendar.
Yes.
Okay. I will make note of that.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear who moved and who seconded. Okay, moved by trustee De La Torre, seconded by trustee Caston. Roll call vote.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Approval of minutes of the regular board meeting held on January 8th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Caston, seconded by trustee Jenkins. Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee De La Torre.
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye. motion passes. Approval of minutes of the regular board meeting held on January 22nd, 2025.
So moved.
Second,
Moved by trustee Caston, second by trustee Jenkins. Roll call vote.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins. Aye. Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
President McNally.
Aye, motion passes. All right. Item I, are there any board member requests for information? Trustee Kirby?
I just wanted an update on the request for when the SRO MOU meeting, has there been any?
Yes, I had reached out the day after with our city manager. And we actually got an email. So trustee Jenkins, trustee De La Cruz, and trustee Bedina got an email today to do a doodle poll to set the meeting with the city. De La Torre. perdón.
Any other requests for
I'm
information?
tired. I'm so sorry. I'm so tired.
Okay, seeing none, we have our information items at the bottom of the agenda. Any last words, Superintendent?
Thank you for sticking with us. Good night.
Meeting adjourned.